Hola, sí, 1, 2, 3, sí, probando, sí, 1, 2, 3, hola, 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 1, 2, 3, ¿te llega algo? Hola, 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 hola. Hola, hola, 1, 2, 3. No, que yo sepa. Hola, 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 1, 2, 3, sí, probando, sí, hola, hola, 1, 2, 3, sí, probando, 1, 2, 3, hola, hola. Hola, 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 hola. Voy de nuevo. Hola, 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 1, 2, 3, sí, probando, sí, 1, 2, 3, hola, 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 1, 2, 3, sí, hola, sí. Dos, 3, sí, probando, sí, 1, 2, 3, sí, hola, 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 sí, hola, sí, 1, 2, 3, sí, probando, sí.
Can we start? Yes. Can we start? Yes. Welcome. Hello, everybody. It's been almost 3 years now that Connect project started implementing its open schooling approach to 5 different countries, namely Spain, Greece, Romania, Brazil, and the UK. I cannot really think of a worse timing for an educational project to start, honestly. Connect's month 1 was September 2020. The project's administrative documents were signed a few months ago, before, around February 2020, which I'm very sure all of us will remember for the rest of our lives, because it was the month that a very strange unknown disease started from somewhere in Asia. So I'm not going to go into the details on how COVID affected education, because I'm really sure that almost everybody in this room had a direct experience of it in our everyday lives. Connect started with the worst possible omens, to be honest. It started at a time where society was setting up nations, institutions, and ultimately people themselves, and of course, schools. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, fellow educators, I'm really honored and proud to stand before you today as we gather here today to celebrate and explore. To celebrate what we consider to be a really great victory, not only for Connect, but for all individual and collective initiatives around the world trying to implement open schooling, and of course, all other European projects, open schooling European projects that went more or less through the same adventure. But also we are here to explore how education can become the cornerstone of a society which is trying to change, to innovate, to solve the problems that some solutions of the past promised to solve, but we soon discovered that there was a price to pay. I deeply believe that education is, if not the only, one of the very few paths for a sustainable future. And I think open schooling is what education needs right now. I would like to welcome you all on behalf of Connect Consortium to thank you for being here and contributing to this projects and this conference's program. And of course, I would like to thank our hosting institution, Ciencia CosmoCaixa, and this beautiful venue for hosting us. And I wish you all to enjoy and indulge into fruitful discussions for the next couple of days, and also have some fun. Take a look at the museum. It's really fantastic. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, guests of honor from the government, NGOs, schools, universities, enterprise, and civil society. The future will change. This is a key message from Cristiana Figueires. Cristiana Figueiredo is the leader of one of the most important events in history, Paris Agreement. That was not easy for her. She managed to bring 195 countries to sign this important document that changed our future. So that message represents her passion, her vision, what matters for her. It's about a common vision that she was able to bring his colleague, Tom Rivet Karnak, and together they took a few years to convince these countries to sign this document. They had to contact the media, the universities, the scientists, the schools, the enterprises, before convince the government. You would say, what are they doing? Are you open schooling, solving real problems, engaging the society? Probably yes, a bottom-up approach. So that is key. Open schooling we can see as a policy instrument, is for change societies, to ensure sustainability. And that was so amazing because Paris Agreement started exactly the same period that the European Commission was trying to promote open schooling. And we know that open schooling, which is has this approach of real-world problem solving, bring all these different societal actors, but empowering students. This generation, that started exactly in that document. So Cristiana Figueiredo and Tom Karnak, they wrote this book to explain what they did, and we are here today very inspired by them. We invited the members of the government because we want to see a common vision for open schooling. We would like to see this open schooling declaration, which I'm going to present now, and it's also published in this book, and it's not only part of Connect. It's part of the whole open schooling movement, with more than 10 projects working together. So this declaration can be seen as a matrix with 3 important pillars. And that pillars, first one is goals. It's about transforming people, processes, and the policy. The second pillar is the requirements. We need forms of cooperation, of engagement, of participation, community, schools, and universities working together. And the third pillar, we are expecting outcomes very visibly. We want to see empowerment, ownership, the sense of belonging, enjoyment, and confidence. So how? Involving, of course, all the actors in education, and particularly students with a very clear role of change agents, protagonists. We wanted to see them empowered to bring this, what they care about, what they need to know in very, we call it, knowledgeable actions. And, of course, communities. So I would like to let you, reading, reflecting about this instrument, invite you all to sign this document. But before that, I would like to invite Rosina to present this important list of recommendations.
Thank you, Ale. Good morning, everybody. Welcome, everybody, to Barcelona and to CosmoCaixa. It's a pleasure for us to host this meeting here in Barcelona. Some years ago, the mother of a very good friend of mine gave me an advice that I took very seriously. And the advice said, celebrate whenever there is an opportunity. And today, we are here, as it has been said, with a big celebration. a celebration for open schooling. And normally, when there is a celebration, people meet because they share, as Ale said, something. They share a vision. It's not an anniversary today, but it's the celebration of open schooling, and we all here, everybody who is here, share a vision. We all are concerned about many challenges that are in our society, in our planet, and let's just mention two of them which we all share and that are interconnected. The first one is that we have a deficit model of relationship between science and society. Our society do not feel confident about using science to solve our complex and persistent challenges. And therefore, related to it, we are not achieving objectives like the Sustainable Development Goals. So we don't have planetary health. And we have a big problem in front of these big challenges. For these ones and many other ones, we want open schooling to be a reality. And that's the reason why the European Commission 4 years ago started funding all these projects that are represented here today. Connect, during these 4 years, have been developing different tasks. And among them, we have been exploring, together with a lot of people here in this room from other projects as well, what are the systemic barriers that are making it difficult for our students, our schools, and different stakeholders to be more successful at solving these complex and persistent problems. We identified these systemic barriers, and we also designed a shared vision together. And based on this present knowledge and this future knowledge, we designed this list of recommendations. The recommendations basically say that we need to support schools to enter in networks that focus on these challenges. Sometimes these networks already exist. There are a lot of schools working, for example, for sustainability or for health, but sometimes these networks of schools are not still embedded with the other stakeholders in the communities. Sometimes these networks exist, but they are made by professionals, and schools are not represented. And the challenge here is to make sure that these networks grow and they become more open and more diverse. That schools enter in these networks, and children and students have the opportunity to identify what are the real-world problems that they want to tackle. They have to be able to identify also the barriers that there are there to tackle these challenges, and do a priority setting to see how they want to address them. We need to help them to define shared visions that will be aligned, certainly, with the visions of the network, because they will be co-defining those with their networks. And, of course, we need to help them to design solutions adapted to their needs and expectations. We need to do that with innovative models of governance to make sure that these networks have a governance model that facilitates the resolution of the challenges collaboratively, sharing data, sharing decision-making, and so on. We need to make sure that this will be possible by looking for funding, and we need to look for funding in different stakeholders, not only in education. Otherwise, we will not manage to address this very ambitious vision. We also will need to help schools through a transformative change, because of course, when we talk about change, we also need institutional change. We need to make sure that whatever we do is known. So we need to pay special attention to communicate whatever is already happening and whatever we want to start changing, in order to make sure that we are all aligned and engaged in this transformative process. We need to make sure also that we give recognition. There is a need for effort here, and effort needs to be recognized. So we need to find creative ways of recognizing the effort of teachers, students, and the other stakeholders. We will need to empower the different stakeholders to do so, and make sure that this process do not leave some parts of society outside. We need to make sure there is equity, diversity, and there are inclusive approaches. The projects that are being developed will also need, I'm talking in the future, but of course there is here in this room the reality. But we need to make sure that this reality is also outside this room, and we are able to scale it up all throughout Europe with transdisciplinary approaches, meaning that we need to better integrate knowledge from different disciplines and also with non-academic knowledge. We need to make sure that this also gives light to our students with career awareness. And last but not least, of course, this will only happen if we address it through innovation in education, if we become attractive for schools to move and to enter in the movement of open schooling. We know that all these recommendations will only be possible if we have policy support, and that's the reason why we have this important session now that Alexandra will moderate. So this is very relevant at this moment. And before I finish, I would like to thank especially to some people who have made this meeting possible. A special thanks to Laia Vives, who is here in the room, who has done an incredible effort to make this a reality. Also to Alexandros from LOBA from Portugal, who is also in the room. And of course to all the partners of the Connect project and also the partner projects, the brother and sister projects of open schooling who have also been helping, and our advisors in our advisory boards that have helped us also a lot all through the process. The future is now, as Ale said, the future is the one we choose. So welcome to this session. Thank you.
This is an important moment because before the panel, we want to officially launch this Barcelona agreement, which is about our open schooling declaration. So Rosina just presented these important recommendations, and I would like to celebrate now this agreement that we are together trying to debate during these 2 days, trying to bring what is next for open schooling movement. I would like to, I think we have the photographer here, yes, to take a picture. And I would like to invite Rosina, Peter Gray, Greta from OES Together. I don't know if she's here, but any member of OES Together, please, if you could come for a picture very briefly, and also it's good that you are nearby. Yes, so we will be, meanwhile, yes, if you just would like to open the declaration, while we will bring all these actors here, please, Peter, Christina, one picture. All the neighbors, yes, that's great, please.
I'll be on that.
Oh, yeah, George is very important. Yeah. Yeah. This is the... Let's give our hands and let's celebrate this moment. So, very briefly, I would like to summarize the key points in Connect, in open schooling. I would like to bring back this image about UNESCO in 2016, when they were trying to represent the global education system, starting from school. It's about sustainability. We don't only learn, but we live. And we use this image to show what is Connect, because it's so related to this picture. So, yeah, as you can see, Connect key point is link real-life problem with the curriculum. It's the way that we can ensure open schooling for all, because it's embedded in the national plan. We try to embed key elements, key components of open schooling in the teacher's planning during we call the curriculum plan. And also, it's about science actions in and outside classrooms. So, lots of opportunities for students to work in the open schooling space that they have in the school. So students talking with his families and scientists in various moments, and also reflecting about the process and having this open scenario participatory tools that they can work to understand education in the context of democracy. So Connect, we could see that as a way that the actors can enhance learning, integrating all these different spaces, also link the real-life problems with the curriculum, and Connect can be as well connecting students with the science, how to bring science in their lives. The key outcomes of our project, number 67, is about increasing students' self-confidence and the sense of belonging, and particular, increasing their science capital and affective engagement with the science. So this happened.
They were starting to enjoy learning science, and that's what's critical. They were looking forward to coming to class when I would bring this in, and they wanted to improve. One school used it for 18 weeks, and they were the parents were very pleased.
Is it possible to make it
the children were
louder,
coming home,
the
seriously
sound?
happy with going to school the next day. And then they were able to look forward to the science class. And they had to put up with the rest, but that was something they looked forward to, and that was really critical in learning, that you want the children to be looking forward to coming in to learn with you. And it's very exploratory and problem solving. That's what they like learning to think. One of them said, "Oh, you're helping me learn how to think on my own. That's what I want. I don't want to be patronized and spoon-fed."
So that was a teacher, yes, explaining what was open schooling and what was the key outcome for his school. It's not having kids patronized, spoon-fed. He could see the power of open schooling to raise independent thinkers. So kids able to think by themselves and looking forward to the class. So if we see here up in exactly where we are now in CosmoCaixa, we will have this big picture when you see CosmoCaixa, all these fantastic spaces for learning. We have also university nearby, which I didn't know, very close. We have the Faculty of Education, we have the neighborhood parks, also you can see clubs. So all this area that students who are able to live open schooling experience, they will see the school as part of a micro-universe, microcosmos, microecology of learning. They will be able to spot opportunities for learning and find people, find who they can talk, where they can find knowledge. So I would like to take you in a drone to see the reality of Connect. Because we have here CosmoCaixa, this all environment supported by CICOS, but they worked beyond Barcelona. They are now reaching Spain, and it was not this rich environment. And I would like to show what we have in other countries. So we have people here from the south of Brazil, and I managed to get exactly the picture, Google Earth, on the top of that school, Alpha, in Paraná. So that school, as you can see, a very important urban center, and you see how different it is from the semi-arid of Brazil, which we have the areas, 2 states here, Bahia and Ceará. So this picture is about the Monsenhor Tabosa, and to show how different it is from the south of Brazil. And I had the opportunity to work exactly on that village called Tupé in Amazon with open schooling, in Connect. That is a village that you just can come there by boat. Because of the climate change, the boat now is not able to use all the days, so the school year was reduced because of the climate change. And they have very serious problems over there, and try to use open schooling. So, and here you can see Romania, you can see Greece, and you can see also the UK. So we have all this variety of scenarios in Connect, and the kid is trying to look around, not only in their school space. So to link the open schooling activities and orchestrate all these different actors, scientists, community, family, enterprise, and the teacher, which is a very important role, we identified some scenarios. And these scenarios were just the starting point for Connect. And our starting point in Connect was also this very interesting sentence from a teacher. Students miss the fun of subjects and the relevance to their own lives. Let's bring science to life. It's not only bring real problems to the school, but the opposite. It's bring them to the world. So I would like just to highlight key amazing outcomes from students. Connect, we reached more than 30,000 students that provided us data, generated their vision, their views about the process. So in fact, we managed to implement Connect with more than 30,000 students. 30,000. And it was very difficult for me to select some examples to show now to policymakers what's happening in our country. So in Greece, I had the pleasure to see the students there. And using artificial intelligence, using science, working with a very interesting approach about inclusion. So kids were using learning machine to predict using the clouds and working with the meteorological center in Greece for climate. So they also, in Brazil, they worked with green energy as a researcher, funding raisers. They were working with these lots of different recycled materials to show the process of green energy, and they managed to win various medals in we call it Science Olympic Games in Brazil and in the world. So also in the UK, they were working as energy efficiency marketing specialists. It's like how to promote the solar cap that can charge your mobile phone. So all these brilliant ideas in Romania, for example, they were advisors of cafes, trying to help them to reduce carbon neutral. So these is some examples in this area of, we call it linked to the global sustainable development goals. Come back to the health. I was so surprised to visit these kids. For instance, in Greece, they use the Arduino and sensors to support the kids with special needs, how they could play basketball in wheelchair. That was the real problem that they were facing. And they used science concept and the technology. So that was a brilliant idea that came from them. Also, in Brazil, we have this group who created augmented reality in cards and now T-shirts. That was an initiative that started with the university and the schools, how they could make science more clear, more accessible for kids to understand mechanisms in human body. But now they have this partnership with the Brazil government, and they were able to bring more resources, to have these resources completely free and accessible for public schools. So this is the work that we have a person here represented this university in Brazil, University of Federal Santa Catarina. So we have also these examples in fantastic example, I could not forget here, in Catalonia. Wow, I would say that, Rosina, that was more children, more students than we have here now. That space is kids feeling more confident to talk, to communicate science and health, as advocates, not only for their families or scientists, but the big public. That was amazing. So, and here, this is last group here, we can see kids working to change policy. They were 5 years old students, pupils, that they identified the real problem in this the largest urban forest that is near São Paulo, by the way, which I was very surprised. I was there, I am from São Paulo, and I didn't know that largest urban forest. So they managed to identify the problem, discuss with important policymakers. They created a sign for car drivers. And when they gave me this picture, I was almost in tears because I was expecting that drive sign, the official ones, and it was their drawing. In the whole town, they have this board to protect the animals from car drivers, and approved by the local government. So kids change policy. And you have other examples, like kids creating bioplastics from cassava waste. You have kids using AI, the chat AI to explore problems in Amazon. They are from the UK, and you have a microplastics, very large, we call the initiative. But these are just examples, few examples. What I'd like to highlight is that the key discovery of Connect, it is very related to the meaning of Connect science. If you go to the literature now, it's very easy to find what means engagement in science. Science engagement. But science connection is not easy. you will find a few papers, scientific papers. One of these papers from Jonathan Osborne and his group explain a little bit that this connection of science is about having this deep identity with the scientific thinking that becomes your pathway for your life, for your process of seeing the world and making decisions. It's your own formation, education pathway. This is the deepest connection. It's the deepest connection that I can see with Cristiana Figueres, and I can see with this generation. When I was capturing all these images, I was just remembering, wow, I was a teacher. I want to go back and learning with these kids. And I am behind this computer now. And my daughter, she says, Mom, you are not going to save the world behind the computer. You need to take action. So this generation, they want to take action. And that we wanted them to take action using science. And sometimes we need to be behind the computers. Just to finish before coming to this important board, so we are trying to bring science education with open schooling to transform and empower this generation. You will see very important talk soon about competencies, but I needed to tell here that in this panel we will have this partner who supported us with this open scenario formats, with the Danish Technology Board. So we are so pleased to have them, and for kids to learn how to promote, how to work with consensus, jury, co-creation, involving societal actors. So we managed to get what teachers were concerned about disengaged students, disconnected, and we now can see a way that they can change, they can help kids to be more engaged, independent thinkers, critical learners, with that we called joy in their eyes. So this is just to have an idea about our outreach. And we are now trying with our best practices to get other countries. So key information for the government is what we managed to change in terms of numbers. So if you see here, we have 12,000 students, but now that was when we produced the book, when I was getting all the data from the partners to prepare the book for this conference. In 1 month, we have now data of another 1,000 kids. So this report is automated, and anyone has access, including teachers, school heads. So they can see that in Connect, we have a very balanced number of gender. We have also parents who are not working science, so we are able to reach underserved students, and from public school, many of them from the school states. And the big, we have more than 33 items in our questionnaire, self-reflection. So key elements, we were able to reduce the number of kids that were not feeling confident to do projects. So we started with nearly 46%, and we reduced this to 16%. So that they completely disagreed. And now we have kids that feel confident talking about science. We also were able to reduce that number. So talking about science is key point, and they need to be confident in their knowledge in science. That was the category that connect, make big impact, knowledge in science. And that helped them to increase the science capital, in particular to consider they would like to have jobs that use science. So we managed to get now from 40 to 46 that completely agreed, and 32 kids who disagreed totally to 22. So we can see in our self-reflective instruments under the lenses of these important scholars that is inspiring us. Archer with a science capital. We have the open schooling, Hazelcorn, and this whole expert committee. We have Hodgson looking at the future curriculum for social activism. And Mario Radcliffe, which is very close to Jonathan Osborne, real social scientific issues in life. And of course, Paulo Freire, pedagogy of freedom, using science to become free. And we need this now when we have digital technology manipulating people. They need to be able to think by themselves. So to summarize, this is my final slide when you can see when I asked to all these 13,000 kids, what do you learn in Connect? What do you learn with your parents, with your family, with the scientists, with the experts? And this just confirms what the teacher said. The kids now, they feel more confident to find information, assess causes and consequences, examine risks and prevention, make questions, express their own opinion based on evidence, listen to people, do experiments, consider different opinions, work things out by themselves, plan surveys, plan instruments that they can get more information, discuss that with the families, learning to express their own vision, their own views. So they are able to make team projects and increase their confidence. Self-assessment with self-reflection is a key message also for the government, because that self-assessment, we received lots of messages from students. Very grateful for the questionnaires, for the process, for the whole connect that helped them to think about the value of science in their lives. I found brilliant this quote. I liked this form, this questionnaire, ask me questions I've never thought about deeply. So they need not just doing actions, they need to reflect about their action. Otherwise, they will be not able to empower others if they don't know what is happening to them. So, thank you very much. I'd like to carry on this debate, and I would like to invite these 10 important people here to sit, but before inviting the EU panel, would be interesting to invite the representatives of the government first, because it is easier to read the screens where you are. But please just raise your hands, the European panel. Yes, we here, and the members of the governments, great, everybody's here. So I would like to invite, I don't know if we have the Brazil government here. Ana Beatriz, yes? Oh, yes, we would like the Brazilian government sitting here, yes. And Ana Beatriz, is she? Oh, yes, great. Would you like to invite Ana Beatriz? Because look at these amazing people from Brazil government who are here in live streaming and sitting as well here. We have Daisy here, that she's please representing the higher education government of Bahia. Daisy Lago. And Beatriz is going to explain these key problems of Brazil and give questions for the European expert panel to support us with these issues.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you are well. My name is Bia, and I'll be translating your questions if you have any to the Brazilian panel. I just please ask you to speak with big pauses because it's a bit hard to translate everything. So, what are the common issues between our countries? In Bahia, which is where all those people are from, we are supporting Connect for our students to build knowledge across various spaces and domains with self-confidence. Our need is to reduce dropout rates. Is open schooling a medium to long-term solutions? What is the European plan for the next 5 years? I will translate that in Portuguese for the panel over here. A pergunta é, nós temos uma necessidade para reduzir as taxas de vazão das escolas. Tem uma solução de médio a longo termo? Quais são os planos da Comissão Europeia para os próximos 5 anos?
Bom dia
a
todos, todas. É um prazer estar acompanhando esse projeto aqui.
It's a pleasure to be here accompanying this project.
Nomeadamente dos projetos da universidade, acompanhados pela Universidade do Estado da Bahia.
Name the projects accompanied by the University of State of Bahia.
Da qual hoje sou docente e vice-reitora.
On which one I'm vice dean.
Certamente que a evasão é uma questão que vem preocupando não só o governo baiano, o governo brasileiro, mas o governo baiano.
For sure, the dropout rates are something that is not only a worry for the Brazilian government, but also.
E acreditamos que esse projeto ele possibilita a ida, um lugar do estudante em que ele é protagonista, um envolvimento com a comunidade.
But also across the world, but sorry, fala de novo.
Aproximando dos problemas locais.
Approximating to the local problems.
E buscando soluções.
And looking for solutions.
Certamente
Certainly,
que no modelo freiriano,
that in the Freire model,
em que o estudante e que os sujeitos protagonistas,
protagonists,
projeto assim
like that,
diminuiria a evasão nas escolas,
would reduce the dropout rates,
porque todos estariam envolvidos
because everyone would be
em
involved
causas comuns.
in common causes.
Trago do Brasil, do governo da Bahia,
I bring from Brazil, the government of Bahia,
que implanta escolas onde há uma preocupação da articulação da educação superior e a educação básica.
Whereas there's a problem of articulating the superior education and basic education.
Escolas em tempo integral.
Schools in full time.
Com a participação da comunidade na escola.
With participations of school communities.
Trago o desejo de ampliação e de trazer essa perspectiva da investigação para dentro das escolas.
I bring the desire to bring this perspective inside the schools. Thank you.
So I would like to also invite here the next country, because we have a very short time, but I would like to invite here Carly Selton. Yes, Carly, please. From the UK government. So Jonathan Dewsbury, he was not able to come, but we have Carly to present the plan of the UK government, because her organization is one important partner delivering this UK plan. So, just because our logistics, Carly, would you like to see the slides from here?
I can see them, that's
okay,
fine.
Perfect, sorry.
That's okay. Good morning, buenos dias, bon dia. Thank you for having me. I am not from the government. I am the CEO of a charity called the Learning Through Landscapes Trust, who for 30 years have been delivering outdoor learning in the UK and around the world. So I'm here as we are a delivery partner for the government on their plan, which I'm going to talk you through now. So basically, the UK government looked at the sustainability strategy in 2021, and this was done via a rapid evidence review looking at all of the components of what existed already. And it has numerous parts, and basically it is looking at taking the whole school estate across the UK and looking at firstly as one big nature park to improve biodiversity and opportunities for education in that. Now, to give an idea of scale, I do not like the football analogy, but in England alone, it's over 110,000 football pitches. So the scale of looking at our whole education as one thing is quite new. And on top of that, we are working towards net zero and making school grounds resilient to climate and a better environment for future generations. But underpinning all of this, it's basically creating outdoor environments for children to learning, so living laboratories, but also giving a greater understanding of the school grounds. And that's part of LTL's role. It's actually how children have ownership over their school grounds. It's where they feel most comfortable, it's where they play, it's where they learn. So we need to make sure that these areas are really fit for purpose. On top of that, the government are very focused on education and skills, and that is not just in science. So part of the National Education Nature Park means that we are creating curriculum resources from early years all the way through to tertiary education in every deliverable subject there is. So that's science, maths, English, drama, art, music, sport, including swimming, through to tertiary. So looking at hairdressing and engaging subjects as well. And all of those will have climate resources written for them. So children and young people have climate education at every stage, from early years through to tertiary. Schools are being encouraged to look at supply chains and also their buildings. So the government are taking a 360 approach to this in the Sustainability and Climate Department, which is what Jonathan leads. And then we are looking at the Climate Leaders Award, which will be awards that schools can apply for, and young people and children will engage in this process in different stages, and those will get more complex and more engaging as they get older, and show resilience and learning in a different way. What the strategy does, sorry, I need to bring on, is really engage young people in this debate as well. So that's been a huge part of it, of Jonathan's team. It's listening to NGOs and charities like me, through to young people and children, and everything that's going on in England. Now, I need to make this really clear. This is an England strategy, not a UK strategy. The other 3 nations of the UK, Northern Ireland, Wales and Scotland, have their own strategies. And as you can see, for those that know London at all, this was Natural History Museum, and Bear Grylls, the famous explorer, was there as part of it. So this is a really large-scale project that the UK government are really invested in. And that investment is starting in those most at need. So there is a financial grants programme that is going into schools, and the schools have been identified of that are schools in areas of social economic disadvantage, and those children having adequate access to green space. And that policy is really targeting the young people who have the least amount of nature connection in their education. So, inspire, plan and act is the strategy that underpins all of this. And what we are seeing at the moment as part of a delivery partner is we are piloting this with 40 schools in 2 areas of England, and that's going to be rolled out during this year. This is a programme that will go to at least 2025, and every school within England and early years setting will have the opportunity to access it. Internationally, Jonathan and his team are working hard with COP and other global partners to make sure that this learning and the academic research that's coming out of this project is shared widely. The UK wants to see itself as a leader in this space. So I'm aware of time, so I'm going fairly rapidly. And obviously, these are some of the groups that are involved in that. I will just say, with my Learning Through Landscapes hat on, not my government hat, that one thing I'm very aware of in this process, and I want to make clear to this room, is the impact of Brexit on the young people that we work with and teachers. It's really important that young people in the UK who had no choice on that vote can still engage in global issues and European issues. I'm a mother of teenagers and a child in their 20s, and I know how much they felt the impact of this. So it's really important that as you're working as European or global countries, but especially in Europe, that you still see the UK as somebody that really wants to be involved and have an open conversation, because there are so many children, so many educators and teachers that feel that this has been a massive disadvantage to our young people. And so I don't say that on behalf of the government, because I wouldn't be allowed to, but I do say it on behalf of me as a mother and the CEO of Learning Through Landscapes, representing all the educators and young people we do, that it's so important that children see this as a global issue, but understand in their own school grounds at a local level how they can make a change. And that's through just inspiring them with the awe and wonder of nature and getting them to want to care and protect their planet.
We have here quick questions that was sent by the government in the UK and the LTR. It's fine for the European panel to take a look. So I would like to invite the Brazilians to come back, because it would be easier. Se vocês quiserem sentar, melhor, para vocês verem a tela. Tá bom? I would like to invite the next, which is, sorry, not come back here. Yes, we would like to invite Romania to present now, and then we'll have Greece. So, Sorin, yes, please, welcome. Sorin is representing the Ministry of Education in Romania.
It's okay. I will not read this, because you do it yourselves. I'm glad to be here with you today, because, but not like Secretary of State. I'm glad to be here like math teacher, because all my life I was math teacher, and I'm quite old, believe me. any discussion about the educational system in Romania today must be seen in the very special context in which we find ourselves. And I am referring here to two equally important things. The first is the legislative reform in the field of education. By a happy coincidence, less than 48 hours have passed since the President of Romania approved the two important laws. The law of pre-university education and that one higher education, at the end of the most extensive debate with all the actors involved: students, teachers, trade unions, economic partners, civil society, following the President's project, Educated Romania. The new laws can thus be briefly characterized as opening up schools to society and bringing them into line with technology progress. Starting with the new school year, we will therefore start reorganizing institution, curricular reform, a new model of training in teachers' careers, all things to bring Romania closer to the other countries of European Union. The second event, already underway, is funding throughout the National Plan of Recovery and Resilience. With a budget of 3.6 billion euro for education alone, this represents an unprecedented infusion of capital to improve the material base of the education system, but also to implement important projects such as the National Program to Reduce Early School Leaving, the establishment of dual education campus, development of school infrastructure through supporting and developing a network of green schools for the transition to a sustainable economy, the largest program to equip schools with digital equipment, and setting up at least one smart labs in every secondary schools, more than 1,000. Because today, doing education is much more than a sender-receiver mechanism between teacher and students. One of my favorite description of a good school today is being able to prepare students for jobs that don't exist yet. Thank you very much. I will stay for the next.
Sorry, but the representative from Catalonia was not able to come. So the next speaker is, yes, from Greece, Manolis.
Good morning, everybody. I'm very glad to be here with you, in front of you, and share with you some of my thoughts and thoughts of the Ministry of Education of Greece about open schooling and how we feel about it, and also to express how proud I am for my colleagues that have supported Connect all these 3 years in a very difficult situation with the COVID, and this has given us, let's say, the first place among the very good partners we have, and we have many teachers, many pupils, and scientists and communities involved in this project. Thank you all. Now, we are in an era that society changes. We are in an era that school has to change, because society and school all the time during the historical period they have shared together. We should never forget that societies didn't have schools during all times. Schooling is a historical phenomenon for the 2 last centuries. That's it. And so school should do things, educational system should do things in order to follow societies. In this order, open schooling is a very good tool for schools and educational systems to follow what society needs and what pupils should achieve from their schooling. It's a kind of, let me speak now with a Greek word in order to describe it better, but also as a physicist, it's a kind of osmosis between school and society. And in this process, open schooling is a very extraordinary and useful tool for all of us to step one step beyond and make our youngsters, our pupils, better citizens of tomorrow in a few years. In this process, our Ministry of Education stands by. The Regional Directorate of Education of Crete also follows it and supports it fully. And also it's a kind of extroversion for us. It's a strategic option we have taken. And that's why we are here, and that's why we will continue to contribute to such projects. Thank you very much.
So, I would like to invite now Peter Gray, who will be facilitating the debate, providing a feedback summary, and inviting the panel here. Yes, Peter, please welcome.
Thank you so much, Ellie. Thank you. First of all, can I invite all our expert panelists and the policy presenters to have a seat down the front so we can identify them. And Ali, could you put it also, well, it's okay, that slide's fine. We'll come back to the big one later. Sit anywhere you like. They're all comfortable. You won't be here for too long. Don't worry, we'll keep to time. 10:26. So I'm just going to say a couple of things quickly before we start. So I was on the Titanic. True or false? Oh yeah, I'm not that old. Almost. No, but I was on the Titanic in 2013. There's one person in the room who knows exactly what I'm talking about. The Titanic Hotel in Antalya in Turkey. A wonderful place. Antalya, perhaps not the hotel. And since then, the Titanic has sailed on. And I think we're all still on the Titanic in some ways. Even in education, where we can see the iceberg coming, we're still on the Titanic. And we're still in a fantasy world about what's going to happen over the next 10 years, the next 15 years, and the next 50 years. Some of us here are still there trying to turn the ship round. Some of the non-appearances at this event perhaps are people who've jumped ship and already know where it's going. But we need to turn it around. And the big word I think that was missing for me in all of the presentations before is conflict. And it's missing because we're afraid of addressing that. And the only thing that can address that is education. So the education policymakers who are here with us this morning are the most important people in government. They're not down in a low position beneath hundreds of other ministries. They should be at the top because that's the only way we're going to change things. So that's my speech over. You'll be thankful to know. So now we've got a great panel in front of us, and I'd just briefly like you to introduce yourselves, starting from the end, and just say where you're coming from organizationally, and we'll go from there.
Well, good morning. My name is Esther Shalamon, and I'm Director of Parents International, which is a global organization supporting all topics, including education, that parents are interested in. And I also work as a consultant for the European School Heads Association.
My name is Lars Klyver. I'm the former director of the Danish Board of Technology, stepped down a year ago. Yeah. And I'm an expert, I would say, in policy advice through citizen engagement and public engagement.
My name is Gültekin Çakmakçı. I'm from Turkey, from Hacettepe University. My recent research on engineering education.
Hello again, I'm Carly Sefton, the Chief Exec for Learning Through Landscapes in the UK. We are a global NGO based in the UK but work globally. We are for some of you know, Outdoor Classroom Day is one of our projects, and we are a founding member of the International School Grounds Association.
Hello everyone, my name is Greta Liai. I work as a project manager at Excite, the European network of science centers and museums, and we coordinate a network called the Open Schooling Together Network, which includes 14 EU-funded projects on open schooling and STEM education.
Good morning everybody, I'm Giuseppe Mossudi. I work as a project manager at European Schoolnet, which is the network of ministries of education located in Brussels. I'm very happy to be here to celebrate open schooling. Within European Schoolnet, we work in open schooling with a couple of projects. Make It Open is one of it, part of the OS Together network.
Meu nome é Deise Lago de Miranda, sou do Brasil, do estado da Bahia. Represento a Universidade do Estado da Bahia.
I'm here representing the University of State of Bahia.
Universidade pública.
It's a public university.
Com mais de 30 mil alunos, que esse ano faz 40 anos.
With more than 30,000 students, and this year makes 40 years.
My name is Manolis Kartsonakis. I am the director of the Regional Directorate of Education of Crete, one of the 13 directorates of education we have in Greece, directly connected with the Ministry of Education. In Crete, we have 100,000 pupils, more or less, 14,000 teachers, primary and secondary education, and approximately 1,000 schools. And we work with all of them for everyday schooling and project as well, like Connect.
Thank you very much, panel. Thank you. So the first question I'd like to ask of all of you, and you can just put your hands up and speak, is you've all had massive experience of European projects over the last 10 or 15, 20 years. The European Union has funded a great many good things, including this project, and we're seeing encouraging signs of the way that things are going, particularly in terms of OS Together, and the way that the EU are encouraging projects to work in clusters and work collectively rather than individually. And I want you to be really honest here, what do you think of the progress of European projects in education over the last 20 years? Are we on the Titanic or are we not? Gültekin, thank you.
Yeah, this is Gültekin. I think EU is doing great thing, but we could have done better if we don't imitate other countries like United States. If you look at the EU calls, it's more or less the same as NSF other calls. So maybe EU researcher and policymaker should look at the real problem, because whenever we look at this, what's the real problem actually? And then, like EU call, when we started with Science in Society, Science for Society, in our research team, we were just brainstorming what's going to be in the next call, and we were expecting open society, but the call came open schooling. It's good, actually, but what I'm trying to say, when we look at the open schooling, is it opening up just school, opening up universities? Universities are second generation universities, most of the universities in Europe, if you look at that. It's not a kind of third generation of universities. That means universities are not, we need to ask whether universities are open universities or not, opening up universities or not. So a short question would be, we need to criticize a bit our policies and check whether the funding, then the next goal, what's going to be. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please. Thank you.
I would like to share some thoughts of me thoughts that have come to my mind the last 20 years at least, where I have, in a way or another, connection, and I work with projects with several positions. I was a promoter for the Socrates once, Comenius, and I have coordinated such projects. Also, I'm evaluator for I am independent evaluator for the National Agency for Projects. Now I am the director of Regional Directorate. So I have seen all these projects, all these years, very interesting projects, innovative projects, that they have a very crucial moment, the moment they stop, the moment they finish, the moment they have their outcomes, and then we don't know what to do with them. The implementation is a key fact for projects to continue and to have more and more teachers and students involved. So we have to strengthen the implementation of them and the dissemination of them. And this is something I want to share and work on it, on Connect to Ale and all of the consortium, because these very interesting outcomes should and will have to have more and more teachers in the community. Thank you.
Okay, Lars, and then Esther.
Yes, I would say what I would say follows up very much on what you say, because one of the challenges with all the projects is they have been started by DG Research, which means there's a research element in all of them. But what the problems we're fighting with are much about implementation. And I think in the projects, all of us have fought with dissemination and engagement and conferences like this, and we try to get impact, and we do a lot. And I even think we do whatever we can. The problem, Peter, is that all the other DGs and even the Minister of Council have no ways they pick up points that we learn in these projects. There's no, you can have people shouting, but there's no one listening in the other end. We have a problem. And it's the listening end which is the problem here. These projects make great results, and then they stop. Please make some sort of way where the other DGs, and I would even say also on a national level, where they listen to the outcome of these projects, because they make great outcomes.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate that point. I think you're absolutely right. Esther.
Yeah, well, I wanted to also reply along the very same lines, because what we have been asking the funding lines in the European Union, it's not a unique thing for the research projects, because we have thousands and thousands of Erasmus education projects, which are all funded because they are innovative. And what is not happening is the upscaling and mainstreaming of those programs that are working well. So, well, I think that we are on the Titanic. We have all the technology to avoid the iceberg. The question is whether the decision makers at different levels will listen to those experts. And it's not just the experts, but it's also those who have the biggest stake in education for their children, the parents. And what I wanted to say is that you started with, somebody else said that it was the worst possible moment that Connect project was implemented in the last 3 years. And I would say no. The Connect project was probably implemented at the best possible moment of time, because there was some kind of awareness that education systems don't work well. But the moment schools closed, parents had first-hand experience that the very same thing is happening to their children that happened to them, and especially parents who have low levels of education and who had no feeling of success in the school now feel an urge to support any initiative that would make it possible for their children to enjoy school. And somebody had Joy on the slide. I'm Hungarian, so it is kind of a privilege to always mention the name of Mihály Csikszentmihalyi. Nobody else can pronounce it if you're not Hungarian. He published a lot about the notional flaw. And we are doing projects where children can actually reach this state of flow, which very rarely happens in general education. So they are challenged, but they are not over-challenged, and they have joy in learning. So a joyful crew will probably not hit the iceberg.
Thank you very much, Esther. Thank you. We have our Brazilian colleagues.
O projeto ele é muito importante para o nosso país, Brasil.
The project is very important for the government of Brazil.
Tivemos período em que não havia financiamento para as questões da educação, sobretudo as questões ambientais e para as questões educacionais brasileiras, período do governo brasileiro com pouco investimento. Felizmente já estamos saindo dessa situação.
We've been through a period where funding was not available for education and environment, and fortunately we are through this period now.
Então, projeto que tem como objetivo e como uma questão de que nós busquemos saídas juntos e não algo prescritivo que nos ensine a fazer, é muito importante para a nossa autonomia, a autonomia dos nossos estudantes do nosso país.
So a project that teaches us ways of getting out and thinking by ourselves, thinking autonomously, it's a great deal for the government and for the country.
Porque o que desejamos os estudantes, sujeitos protagonistas, cidadãos conscientes, buscando saídas para as questões que nos afetam.
Because we look for students, they are citizens, protagonists, looking for solutions for the problems that...
Parabéns para o projeto e vida longa.
Congratulations to the project and long life.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Greta.
So just to build on what was said, like last week we had a policymaker event at the European Commission where several EU projects on open schooling gathered. And when it comes to EU funding and EU calls, like what we realized is like most of these projects that are represented here today as well, they were funded like 3-4 years ago, and I reiterate what Esther said. That was the best moment like for open schooling, and the importance of it was also recognized by the institutions and by the Commission. But when we were in dialogue with them last week, we basically realized that there is no future funding specifically on open schooling. So the thing is like, how can we like show the importance of STEM education outside the classroom and this new approach and make it relevant also for their current policies, everything that is related to Green Deal or AI, and how we can link several aspects and several of their priorities with what we're doing. And it's a big problem, like the fact that these projects will end, most of them will end soon, and so how do we continue to sustain them? This is a huge aspect that we have to reflect on, and when it comes to the OS Together network, this could be a solution, so joining forces and tools and methodologies and so on, but still the question remains on funding and how we bring forward these sort of collaborative experiences.
Thank you very much. Giuseppe, I was going to come to you next because I'm interested to hear what European SchoolNet has to say about this, because you're, if I'm right, you're a network of ministries of education, and therefore you could have some role in the kind of continuity that people have been talking about on the panel between different short-term European projects and the wider picture in education. So the floor is yours.
So yeah, thank you. In fact, I will pick up from where Greta said. If we see the past 20 years or so, we have great examples of open schooling projects funded by the EU, which can be upscaled or sustained or maintained or kept as a great case study. The big question is how I ensure sustainability of these networks that we proved that work well for these open pedagogies It's a good question. We, as network ministers of education, we try and push the message from bottom up, witnessing how that these projects can have a huge positive impact in societies, strengthening the ties in local communities, putting together all the pedagogical environment the local communities provide. It is not a surprise to say that public funding is a major issue, and it's probably what has been pushing this project so far. With the EU probably being less generous in the future, if this is confirmed, there is a challenge. What I see is that with a mix of bottom-up approach and top-down, we can try and lobby and for more public funding, perhaps locally. But this then depends on national priorities. So it's a challenge. It's a challenge that we have to face and work for, because we do not want these networks that have been created at a local level to go wasted.
Thank you so much. Yeah, sure.
Really just 2 sentences as a reaction. One of my key comments on the declaration, the Open Schooling Declaration, was an outcry that we did in the Ferraclos project, which is one of the Open Schooling Together projects, to have an outcry for school autonomy. With the proper autonomously plannable budgets, because then you can really reflect on local needs. And what I think that the EU can do, and probably they will make an effort, is that there is the new European School Education Platform. So if they can do something for making these programs that have been piloted and mostly abandoned available for the autonomous schools, then we have a way for sustainability without any need for extra funding from the EU.
Thank you very much. And can we get a UK opinion on this? And one of the things that I noticed was, let's make sure it's on, this morning there was a headline in The Guardian saying the Tories basically have the least green policies ever at this stage in their political career. So despite great beginnings and great strategies and so on, we have a big gap between policy and practice. But we also have people like yourself and the many thousands of organizations that are working beneath the overt policy level who are actually making a difference. So who are the policy makers? And this is a question for you, but also for the whole panel afterwards. Who are the real policy makers in this area? Is it ministries of education, or is it people working on the ground in charity organizations, NGOs, funded projects? Who is it?
Wow, there's a really big question. I think at the moment, one of the biggest challenges we face is the balance between curriculum linked to education, which has sustainability at its heart, and teachers' ability and capabilities to deliver it. The British education system in a lot of ways is quite broken at the moment. We're seeing teacher strikes. There's a lot of really, really frustrated teachers. We've never seen more teachers leaving the profession. So one of the things that we have as an issue is we teach children to pass exams. So the curriculum is absolutely embedded in exam passing. And therefore, until these amazing resources, this alternative curriculum, outdoors, outside schooling, experiential learning is embedded more, it's really hard for teachers and schools to take it on, because they have Ofsted, which is the sort of regulatory part of our education system. I think at the moment, Jonathan and his team in the sustainability department of the Department for Education in the UK are doing an amazing job. It started as a very small department, and in the UK we have our civil servants and then we have our governing political bodies, and they will change. As you said, the Tories are very unlikely possibly to get in at the next general election. So what we have to do is create a movement for this work, and that's where it's so important. And I think at the moment the biggest place we're not accessing, and it's not at a policy level, but is at teacher training. If every teacher had this embedded as part of their learning journey as a teacher, as this pedagogy, then when they came into the classroom, they would have the confidence to deliver it. They would see the alternative curriculum and the way of delivering it. So at the moment, I think universities and centres of education hold so much of the power in this space, because we need them to really be making sure that the teachers of the future are equipped for the students' needs. And at the moment, I don't think those two things necessarily are keeping up. We have young people that are so engaged, but we do have a bit of a deficit in some of the practitioner knowledge that we're seeing coming through, in the confidence to be able to deliver climate education, outdoor schooling, all of these other things. So it is, you know, they say it takes a village to raise a child, and I absolutely believe that. It takes an entire education system. But what we need to do is almost rise above the politics of it and make sure that all of us are working towards the needs of the children and young people in this.
Thank you very much. And I'd like everybody to hold that point about the village and the holistic perspective on this, because I think we're all coming, or many of us are coming from a science education perspective. And it's not just about science education. I just want to ask Gultekin. You got the mic there.
Can I ask? Can I answer at the same question?
Sorry, yes, of course you can.
With the policymaker in Romania, officially it's Ministry of Education.
Yeah.
But like already I said in the last few years there was a big debate about the new laws, and in fact the policymaker in this moment is Ministry. But with NGOs, civil society, students, teachers, unions, and all the interested parts in this field. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's good to know. And one of the things I'm interested in Romania is you have massive amounts of EU funding for rural development, for example. And maybe there are ways that that can be channeled into educational projects in rural areas and things like that. I'd be interested to talk about that afterwards. Anyway, side point. Gultekin, I just wanted to ask about Turkey, because you have a very powerful Ministry of Education. You have a massive population, massive young population, obviously many major educational challenges. But I've seen over the last few years many very progressive initiatives coming from the government and the ministry in Turkey. Maybe you could talk about that a little bit and what's happening there, because I think this is a part of the world we don't hear about, but it's going to be very influential in the future and can give us some interesting insights into education in mass systems.
We have involved several EU projects, and good part about Turkey, European Schoolnet or other project, we involved policymakers. You ask who are the policymakers actually. Yeah. It's not about just mapping, stakeholder mapping. Whether we need to make sure whether they are co-creating the outputs and whether they are sharing ownership, whether they are sharing the power or not. So this is the critical issue to think about. So not just Turkey, but other countries as well. Mainly, we are focusing on the top-down approach. And we all know it doesn't work. So that's why we need to power the researchers, schools, and policies. That's why open schooling is very powerful approach in this sense. If we look at the Turkish context, in our recent curriculum development, I was involved also in this curriculum development. There are a lot of issues like open schooling and other part as well. So answering your question, we need to make sure we are using bottom-up approach, whether we need to make sure we are encouraging all the stakeholders, not just the let's say government organization, but the others, and EU is helping a lot on the sense. Yeah, thank you.
Just
thank
1
you.
minute.
Lars, I think you had a point
yes,
next.
Lars, yeah. Just 1 minute, and soon after Lars, we will be starting the second final round about actions. We need to come up with the actions, and I will also invite everyone to add actions. But first, Lars, please.
But I can be a bridge to that, because that was what I wanted to talk about.
Perfect.
When we say the future we choose, it's important, and that's where the conflict come in, Peter. There's no we. There's no we. The we is, this is about creating the we. And I mean, there's power, there's ideologies, there are religions separating people, there are this economy, there are market, there are interest, there's stakeholdering, there is so much in our societies which goes against having a we. And that is the problem we have. So what we're talking about, in my view here, is to increase our skills and the learners, the teachers' skills in how we can develop we's. And I think, and that can be done. These are skills that can be taught. These are skills you can train. For example, you can have good top-down processes of engagement. You can learn people to develop bottom-up processes. You can learn people how to make community building. So these societal and political skills, they are extremely important. So don't over-focus on robots and biology and science in this respect. I think social science and societal and political skills are just as important if you want to create these we's.
Thank you very much. Absolutely. And I think Esther has a point, and then we'll ask the audience if they have anything that they want to challenge the panel with. So, Esther.
Well, coming back to who the policymakers are, well, one group that I haven't heard being mentioned is school heads, who we are very often missing. Even in the most centralized systems. For example, in the Greek system, very often our partners from Greece say that we cannot pilot this or that because we have to have an approval from the ministry a year ahead. But when there is a school head who wants to do it, they will do it. So they are a very, very important policymaker group. But when we are talking about the policymakers, that what I've heard so far, we are mostly not talking about education policy, but we are talking about schooling policy. Because if you look at the reality of education, it is also driven not by just the disappointment of families, but also the labor market not requiring anything formal anymore. We are doing a micro-credentials project where we had a school visit, site visit not very long ago, and they said that their best workers, they just cannot read and write. Probably they have a school leaving certificate from primary school, but they can still train them, and they don't give a damn about their formal qualifications. And I think that this is a very, very important moment for action, because what we see is that Europe is falling rapidly behind in basic reading, writing, and arithmetic skills, and we're still putting a lot of things into the curriculum instead of gutting it, having 5% of the current curriculum as compulsory. And then comes open schooling, when we can reflect on local needs, the actual talents of the children, and so on and so forth. I think it was Emmanuel who said that school is a historical phenomenon, and it's actually not just 200 years old. A few months ago, there was a fantastic Vermeer exhibition at the Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam. And I was walking in the exhibition and was looking at the pictures, and then I had this very weird feeling. There's something is very, very strange. These pictures are from late 14th, early 15th century, and there are lots of women writing letters and reading them. In Flanders and Holland, they had general schooling since the 13th century, but it was teaching children who could not be taught at home reading, writing, and basic calculation. Everything else was taught somewhere else and not generally. I think this is where we can probably go back, and then we can start taking action along the lines of what society thinks. We had two large-scale research projects. One was European, no, both of them were global. One was only with parents, the other one was by the Brookings Institution. They were asking both parents and teachers about the role of school. And well, I have been presenting our new education deal quite a lot, but what is interesting from the Brookings research is that they also asked teachers what they think parents want from education. And what is totally clear is that even in countries like Singapore, where they are very much focusing on academic content, parents want schools to have social emotional learning opportunities and citizenship skills developed. And teachers think that parents want them to develop academic skills. And this is where we need to take action.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And action. Let's have some action. So, I'm going to show you how down and bottom up approach at the same time. So, I want everybody to stand up. Everybody up. Everybody, even those who are doing their emails. That's not you, Rossi. It's okay, I know you're doing something important. Okay, up, up, up. Up, 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 up. Up, up, up. Okay, you can sit down now. So the bottoms have been up through a top-down approach. Okay, we've got...
We are going to bring the cloud words here. And if in case you didn't scan this code, please do it now. Try to get your voice. And while Peter is bringing, movement, you can also put your voice in the technology. Just that.
Okay, and while you're doing that, you can still ask questions for the panel. So we want questions related to action. What can be done? Have you got suggestions of what can be done? Do you want to know what we're doing about what can be done? The floor is yours. The panel is yours. And this illustrates a massive problem in the educational system. Nobody knows how to ask questions. You see, you should all have been formulating your questions throughout this. You should be burning to ask such a great expert panel. What can we do next? How can we help education move forward? So one more time, questions.
May I add something to this?
Certainly can.
Woody Allen once has told us that I have an answer. Do you have a question? So let's make like this.
I like
if
that.
I may add something, so
Giuseppe.
Going back to finding solution, taking actions. So last week we had this policy seminar at the European Commission, and there was Paolo Blinkenstein from the Transformative Teaching Lab of the Columbia University in New York, who was addressing the audience about open schooling and saying how important it is, but how educational systems are so structured and difficult to change. So if you want to bring change, it's difficult to have a top-down approach because it takes time, because the problems we're discussing about are old problems, and solutions are also clear since some time. So one way is to hack the system, find workaround. So, for example, if you want to use open schooling as a way to have real-life challenges linked to STEM education, and to really link all the learning environments that exist in a local community, strengthening the ties in a local community, perhaps, very simply, what you can imagine is to have a different professional figure which brings all this together. We don't want to crowd even more the curricula. Teachers are overburdened. They do a lot already, and they have to do a lot. So we can imagine perhaps a figure of a facilitator, a community facilitator who is aware about all the learning environment and possibilities that exist at a local level, and design educational activities through it for children and students to do outside working hours, mixed with classroom activities. So teachers would not have the burden to design all this and take children and students here and there. This would be another person, not necessarily an educator, somebody who has a strong link with the local community, knows all the learning possibilities, formal, informal, non-formal, within a local community, and design learning journey for schools. It still would need some funding, but I see it more like a grassroots approach.
Okay, thank you. Soren, you have the point there.
Only one observation. I see your answers, and the geometry is changed in 30 seconds, I think. But in this center, big, it's funding. No, I think this is a sign, because education is expensive. And it's normal to be expensive, because it's an investment, not an expense. And actually, in Romania, this is one of the most important subject of discussion in the public space. Education like an investment. Thank you.
Absolutely. Lars has a point next, and then.
Actually, I have a question. I'm very curious about why funding is in the center here. If it was me, I would have put in commitment in the center. I mean, the teachers already get their salary. We already pay for the schools. The children are there from time X to time Y. I mean, we have all the resources there already. Why isn't it just done? Most schools, I guess, have thematic weeks. They have all different kinds of structures in the school, in the system, they could use for these things. So my question is, why isn't it just done?
One quick question there, and then we're done. But perhaps you were first.
Eu considero importante o investimento na formação dos nossos docentes.
I consider important the investment on the formation of our students.
Nas estruturas das nossas escolas públicas.
On the structure of our public schools.
Que seja uma política de Estado e não de governo, para não ficarmos à mercê deles.
That it may be a state practice rather than a government practice, so we don't stay at their hands waiting for them.
Just a question. I think the key part would be, how can we empower students to become problem finders rather than just problem solvers? Because when we look at this open schooling, always the focus is finding solution to real problems, okay? And solving a problem, okay, it's a big issue, but finding the real problem is important. As you said, the funding is there, but if we create a kind of habits of mind, not just students, teachers, policymakers, to identify the problem and then solving them would be much easier. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Woo! Ooh, it's really taken off now. Okay, so that's it for this session. Thanks very much for listening. Thanks very much to our panel. Give them a quick round of applause, or even a long one. And particularly our policy colleagues who have taken a lot of trouble to come here. It's not usual to get a good policy response to a meeting like this, so we're very pleased and proud to have you here. So I think we're going into a coffee break now, and Georgios will give you some details. But we hope to see you at the OS Together session this afternoon, and we can have some real post-it notes. Ali will be glad to know that I've got post-it notes. So you can use them to develop all sorts of new world clouds. Anyway, over to Georgios. Sorry.
So this session, yes, we will carry on these ideas. Please take a picture of these boards. Yes, because today, Rosine and I will be doing the closing words. And we want to know how we progress on this plan. This was just the beginning of the conference. We want to know from all the sessions that you are attending, yes, what ideas do you have for us to go deep in this process of identify common actions, common visions, yes? So we will come back to this at the end of the day. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much, Ale. What a great way to start our conference. So we're going to have our first coffee break now. Just to make a couple of announcements regarding the schedule, there are some very few changes. So especially for today, there is a deviation from the printed program that you have. The correct program and the last updated program is always in the web page of the conference. So if you look at the program at the web page of the conference, it's always updated. But the deviations from the printed program that you have are that today, Tau and Agora sessions, so the sessions that will be held in Tau and Agora, and I'm talking about the parallel sessions, they will be exchanged. So P1 session will be in Tau instead of Agora, P2 will be in Agora instead of Tau, P5 will be in Tau instead of Agora, and P6 will be in Agora instead of Tau. I repeat, the online version of the program is always correct. These are the deviations from the printed program. Also, we had to take some measures because the weather yesterday was very bad and we didn't know what will happen today. So the lunch break and the coffee breaks will not be held in the terrace, but in Hypatia space. It's much easier to find it. It's as you go out, you will sit straight in front of you, and there is also where the poster session will take place, next to the coffee break, so you can take a look at the posters, and maybe the authors can be there and answer some questions to anybody who's interested. And one last thing, there will be a photo session, a group photo session at 1, just before the lunch break. This will take place in the terrace. So the terrace is in -1. The exit to the terrace is right next to the registration office. All other rooms, except Tau, are in -2, so in the floor that we are now. Only Tau is in floor -1, right next to the registration office. On the right of the registration office is Tau room. Just have in mind that you need your ticket to go. Tau room is outside the guarded place of the museum. So if you go to Tau, then you need your ticket to return to all the other rooms of the conference. Your tickets are valid for both days, so please keep them so you can go in and out wherever you like. And just one last thing for the our friends with special dietary requirements, especially for the lunch break, they can go to the cafeteria and say that they are from Connect conference, and there will be a plate just for them. For the coffee breaks, there will be some special place in our coffee break area in Hypatia. That's all. At the restaurant, okay. So in the lunch break, they have to go to the restaurant. Okay? Thank you very much all. Enjoy the next of the conference.
Hola, hola, 1, 2, 3, sí, probando sí, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, este está ok. Hola, 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 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, no hace ruido. Vale, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, lo dejo aquí. 8, 9, 10, sí.
Well, hello, everybody. Let's start now with this session on competencies. It's called Green, Inner, and Open Schooling Competencies for Sustainability. Okay, as we all know, sustainability is not easy. It's a complex challenge. We have the Sustainable Development Goals, but we are not as successful as we would like with those goals. One of the reasons for that is that it's the moment to change the way we solve our problems. And I like a lot this slide here that represents the analytical method. In the analytical method, what we do is we break our problems in pieces and we go in the room there and we solve them. So what we do sometimes with open schooling is we bring our students to solve only, of course, one part of the problem because the problem is huge. But the question here is, okay, how can we improve this way of problem solving in order to make sure that these projects are more effective and therefore have higher impact? How often do we need to go out of this room? With whom do we need to go out of this room? What do we need to talk about with them? How are we going to frame the reflections or the co-creation processes with them? There are lots of questions still to be answered, but we are at a moment of change. And there are loads of different movements in Europe to change the way we solve our problems. And one of the ways is here today, open schooling. In the past, around 2012, the European Commission already came with a policy framework to rethink the way we do research and innovation in Europe. And they called it responsible research and innovation. And they said that a responsible research and a responsible innovation is a process that is addressed to societal challenges. This means, and linking to the table before, if we really want to engage, if we really want to have the policymakers engaged, but also the schools, the teachers, the students, the families, we need to make sure we are addressing their challenges, their needs. Secondly, we need to make sure that all the relevant actors will be engaged in all the phases of the process from the beginning. And third, we need to make sure that the process will be aligned with the values and expectations of those different stakeholders. And this is the definition of responsible research and innovation, which is easy to explain, but not easy to implement. This policy framework, as some of you already know, have some process dimensions. Means that the process, how this problem-solving process has to happen, has been described under 4 process dimensions, and the process dimensions are these ones here. If we go in depth in each of them, we can see that they are asking us to move toward processes where there is more diversity and inclusion, of course. If we need to involve all these stakeholders that are affected or interested in the project, in the challenge, we need to have them from the early beginning, and that's sometimes not as easy as it may seem. We need to talk with them, to reflect with them, to co-create with them, and how we do this reflection and this co-creation is also critical. We need, for example, to dedicate time to anticipate, to envision the future, as Alice Senton said this morning, to co-create this future together. So we need to know how to do these foresight processes with the students and the teachers, and to be able to reflect on the assumptions, the values, and the purposes of the research. Is that really the purpose we are looking for? Whose interest are we responding to? For example, in biomedical health, we know that we are developing lots of drug treatments, but when we talk to patients, we realize that they are interested in non-drug treatments as well. And actually, there are loads of unmet needs in research in health. So are we responding to somebody else's interests, or are we responding to our interests? These sort of reflections will be important, and how we will shape the reflections, again, is not straightforward. Then the processes, openness and transparency. How are we going to make sure that we communicate with all these stakeholders with appropriate messages for each of those? And last but not least, responsiveness and adaptive change. How are we going to make sure that our project will be changing according to what the different stakeholders say? So we are not going to involve them only to listen to them, but of course to co-create. And this means that the project that the students will design may change as they engage the different stakeholders. And of course, in open schooling, and RRI already was giving light on that, we need to engage the different stakeholders. And these ones are the policymakers. So today we have been talking about the policies. Okay, how can we make sure that the students' projects already engage also policymakers and can be helping in transforming the educational system? Of course, we need to engage the education community, business and industry, professionals, civil society and civil society organizations, and the research community. And this is what we've been all doing in open science projects so far. But the question is, how to promote RRI through education? Do you think it's clear enough? Are current competencies frameworks enabling responsible research and innovation? Or do we need to change the current competencies frameworks? This is what we are going to reflect on today in this session. And before we start the discussion, just I want to present you this paper that we published last year, where we developed a comprehensive framework for responsible research and innovation competencies, and we also reflected with educators, with teachers, on their practices and perspectives on how to implement those competencies in the classroom with open schooling. And we saw that we have still limitations to address the process requirements. Of course, this is a change, and change doesn't happen from night to day. We need some time and slowly start walking towards this transformative change of the way we address our problems. We have loads of questions to answer for each of the process requirements, right? So how are we going to promote this critical thinking? How are we going to involve the different stakeholders? How are we going to do the stakeholders analysis? How are we going to communicate with a balanced approach? And how to make our students become real change agents of their communities, and many more questions that I'm sure we could bring with all this audience today. In this paper, one of the conclusions is that among all the methodologies that the teachers were using in their teaching classes, they saw that addressing the teaching through community-based participatory research, which is actually open schooling, was the approach that better covered the responsible research and innovation competencies. And that's good news, because that's the reason why we are here today. So now we are going to start reflecting on other competencies frameworks that we have represented here today. And in this panel, we have 3 people, as you can see. So the first person who is going to talk is Diana. Sorry, Laia, can you give me the password? Is Laia here? So Diana, thank you. Good morning. Welcome. Diana Urquizo comes from the Barcelona Supercomputing Center. She is the lead product designer of the Earth System Service Group, working in the Earth Science Department in the Barcelona Supercomputing Center, which is a research center, a very well-renowned research center in Barcelona. Her work focuses on the design of products and services within 3 research lines of her department: climate, air quality, and the intersection between climate and health. All very complex challenges. She is currently part of the team working in the Green Sand project, which is a Horizon 2020 European project, where the main objective is to support Green Deal policy implementation, involving citizens and especially youth in co-creating, experimenting and validating a multi-stakeholder European competence framework for the Green Deal. And it's called the GreenCom. The project is also fostering the acceptance and adoption of this competence framework with a participatory multi-stakeholder approach, and it's measuring its effectiveness for a real behavioral change. So thank you very much, Diana. The floor is yours.
Thank you. You can hear me, right? Yes. Okay. The presentation. I think it's the next presentation. So, yes, today I will present to you the project Green Sand. That the main, well, I'm wait a little. Thank you. Okay, so the project that I'm going to talk to you about, it's this one, it's Green Sand. And like Rosina said, I come from the Barcelona Supercomputing Center, and we're here. Just 1 minute. Okay. So this project has 16 partners all over Europe, 3 here in Barcelona, and in general all over Europe. We have 7 schools that are going to be piloting the different demonstrators that are working with us. And it's an European project that lasts 36 months. The project coordinator is Alessandro Caforio from University Unione. Okay, so the main objective of the project is to educate European citizens to acquire green skills within the 8 focus areas identified by the Green Deal communication. So we, let's say, put in shorter names the 8 focus areas, that it's climate change, clean energy, circular economy, green building, smart mobility, from farm to fork, biodiversity, and zero pollution. So, like I said, like the project wants to establish competences in terms of knowledge, skills, and attitudes, creating a competence framework on sustainability issues and incorporating their feedback and insights of stakeholders by placing them as co-creators. We have 6 different pillars that are the main skeleton of the project. So, citizen engagement. We think this is a really important driver for change. Active experimentation. Like I said, there's demonstrators that I will be sharing with you later on, that we want to test. Everything that we make in the competence framework, it's testable. The European youths are crucial for addressing climate and environmental challenges. Vulnerable groups, must be involved and taken into consideration in this process. And the Green Sand competence framework must be both acceptable and adoptable. Competences need to go beyond climate and environment. So this is the general structure of the project. There's 3 main phases. The first one is more focused on the competence framework. Like the first year was working with a lot of research to get to the first stage or first release of the framework. The second one is going to be this is the second year. It's more focused on the testing and implementation of the pilots of the different demonstrators. And the third one, it's going to be the last release of the competence framework, included all the information and iterations that has been working on with the pilots and demonstrators. So, to create the first release of the framework, this is the methodology that we used. It's a methodological workflow followed by the development of the competence framework. So we start with the literature review that I think I'm not going to talk much about it because I think we all know it. And then we go to the competence framework elicitation, and then the AQF, levels identification, European, then the Delphi assessment, and the tagging. All this got to the knowledge graph construction that I'll share later on, and then the validation workshops. So we started with, the competence framework elicitation. With this, we divided the 8 different focus areas of the Green Deal into focus areas. And inside each one of them, we have the competence areas. And inside the competence areas, we have each one of the competences described and tagged. So this is an example that might make it clearer. So over here we have the clean energy area, focus area from the Green Deal. And the competence areas, for in this case, is the understanding of the challenge. And the competences that are inside understanding challenge is ethical and sustainable thinking, system thinking, collaborating, strategic action, etc. This is just an abstract of how did we manage to organize all the competences and competences areas. And this is the same for the clean energy, the identifying of the European qualification frameworks. We decide if we check if it's knowledge, skills, or attitudes, and then the description of each one of them. And for this part, it was really important for us to tag them because the team working on the competence framework, we made 8 different teams, so each one was working in a different area of the Green Deal. And then like making these ramifications about the competences areas and competences. So we got to this part where the challenge was that like the information was not well communicated between the areas. So this is called the information silos. So we decided to start tagging the competences. So there will be like a connection and communication between them. Okay. So by forming these plexuses, silos dissolve and explicit information exchange occurs. So by doing this, we decided to use Obsidian, and that's a software that allows us to explore all the different competences and the relationship between them. And over here, if they can help me share the website. Hi. Okay, so we'll just explore 1 or 2 screens of how all this information comes to be. So for example, here in the left corner, we have the different competences with the 8 different areas of the Green Deal. So if you click on zero pollution, for example, the number 8, zero pollution. Okay, so you click on it and the different competences are here. So if you click in one of them, understanding the challenge. So you can explore, yes, in the main one, you can see the different competences related to this, their main focus area. And if you go back to the big graph, this may seem a little bit crazy, but if you zoom in, you can see the relationship between each one of the competences and how do they relate to each other. Can we go back to the presentation, please? So the collection, management, and uniformity of the many tags was made with Obsidian. This led us to create 120 competences articulated in over 2,500 knowledge, skills, and attitude descriptions. Because in each one of them we have all the descriptions, all the tags, and all the knowledge, skills, and attitudes for each one of them. And the last part, and then came the validation through workshops. So there were 3 different categories of participants were involved in the stages of the co-design workshops. Some of them happened between us, all the partners, also with external advisory board, and with young people involved in the different youth design assemblies. And like I said, the second phase that is happening right now is more focused on the demonstrators. The demonstrators will provide, they'll put in practice the proposed competence framework and challenge students and citizens to play, to learn through playing. There are 9 different demonstrators. The Barcelona Supercomputing Center is working more focused on the number 8. It's going to be an application that is going to be like the Duolingo of air quality, but with augmented reality maps, so the children will be able to explore air quality. But in general, there's a lot of activities and applications. There's crowdsourced environmental monitoring, there's citizen journalism, there's interactive documentaries using 360 videos, so the students will be able to create documentaries interactive in 360. There's open innovation challenges. There's a climathon more focused for PhD students and different researchers. There's a cleaner at schools that it's also happening all over Europe, that students are going to be able, through passive samples, to see the exposure of NO2 in their schools or in their parks and learn the difference and learn the attitudes that could make them be less exposed to pollutants. And also the youth design assemblies. So that's all for today. I hope I was not too intense. Thank you.
For this very interesting presentation. I'm going to introduce you to the second speaker. He's Sergio Zink. He's an assistant professor of competencies development through public engagement in higher education at the Vrije Universiteit Amsterdam in the Netherlands. Actually, the paper I mentioned before, we developed it together with them. He is involved in community service learning and transdisciplinary education at this university. He focuses on identification, development, and assessment of competencies essential for transdisciplinary collaboration, social engagement, and impact among students. Further, he is also involved in capacity building of teachers in higher education and professionals in the field of public and global health to engage in transdisciplinary discourses. Thank you very much, Sergio.
Thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for inviting me. So I will stand here because I saw that all of you were like flexing your necks towards that side. So maybe like we can balance it out a little bit, all right? Yeah, so thank you so much for having me here. And again, like what a lovely presentation by Diana. Thank you very much. So my presentation, I believe, because I'm the third presenter, most probably it's going to be a bridge between Diana and Daniel's presentation. So I hope to do that. The other thing is that my intention for the presentation is also to talk about competencies as such. And as you already know, competencies is quite broad. There are so many things involved. So, but then what I intend to do is like leave you with more questions for reflection rather than answers. But then I hope like this is not going to confuse you more. So what I'm going to focus on a little bit, which also resonates with open science and the values and the concepts of open schooling, is transdisciplinary education. At VU Amsterdam, I'm involved in teaching this approach called transdisciplinary education, and what exactly it is basically transdisciplinarity, as you already know, is where different disciplines, knowledge from different disciplines across science and society, they are all well integrated, right? So that is basically transdisciplinarity. As you read different papers, you will find different definitions of transdisciplinarity as such. But what I'm going to do, they focus on something that is inclusive towards open schooling, all the way from primary level to secondary or higher education level, is transdisciplinarity across science and society, where students and teachers and societal stakeholders, they all come together to discuss societal problems, to identify societal problems, and to address it and not solve it, right? So we don't really use the word solve because I don't think just us can solve it, right? But then we try to address it. And one of the approaches through which we do is called the community service learning. So at Vrije University at Amsterdam, we use community service learning, which is a transdisciplinary education approach. But then there are so many other approaches. You may have heard of community engaged learning, just service learning, challenge-based learning, problem-based learning, responsible research and innovation. So these are all basically similar terminologies which talk about it. So as you can see here, is that we're not only talking about competencies development among students, but also among teachers and also societal stakeholders, right? Because we need to also have a reciprocal relationship that everybody is building competencies, they are building values together, and there's a shared understanding. And that is what transdisciplinarity is all about. So as you can see here in the figure, so this is by Schneider et al. They published this in 2019. So basically what they talk about is that transdisciplinarity has a certain impact, and it has threefold impacts. The first one is on knowledge promotion. So basically transdisciplinarity, when teachers, students, and societal stakeholders, they work together, they work towards building new knowledge, right? So usually what happens is that in our society or in other different factions, we have knowledge which is quite fragmented. We all have bits and pieces of knowledge together, which needs to be integrated. And that is what happens there. The other one is shared understanding. Our society is already very deconstructed. We need to understand each other, feel for each other, come together. And I think like that is what transdisciplinarity fosters. And the third one, as we all know, what we are focusing on today is the competence building, right? So together, when we indulge in transdisciplinarity, we build these essential competencies which are important for the society as such. And hopefully, it will lead to transformations. And here, like today, we're talking about sustainability transformations. So that is what we all aim for. So a question for reflection is, what competencies do you think the students need to be prepared for society and labor market of the future, right? So we do understand that students need to be oriented towards society, towards sustainability, towards sustainable development goals, but at the same time towards labor market, right? Because that is also very important. So this is a question that in every event I go, I ask. Today, I'm not going to ask you that, right? Because I have a presentation where I'm already presenting some of the answers that I've gotten. But before I go into that, let me show you what the researchers say, right? So Wick et al. Are basically quite renowned, especially in regards to sustainability transformations. And they are the ones, like their framework on competencies are quite popular because I think like that is one of the most popular framework that exists in the scientific world. So these are some of the competencies that they talked about, which is important for sustainability transformation. So things like systems thinking, which Diana also talked about, values thinking competency, futures thinking competency, strategic thinking competency. There's also interpersonal competencies, right? So it relates to like how do you engage with each other, right? So inner competencies or individual competencies, interpersonal competencies. So these are all of the competencies which are required for sustainability transformation. And as I think Diana also talked about is that some of these competencies, they are very contextual, related to what you're working on, right? So for sustainability, these are important. Maybe if there is a different topic you're working on, maybe different sets of competencies are important. So I asked this question, like to most of the events I go to, I ask this question. So this question I asked in the Living Knowledge Conference in 2022 with scientific experts. So I asked them like what competencies are needed for students. So they said, oh yeah, humility is important, communication skills, creativity, systems thinking. So system thinking keeps coming, but at the same time, I think that the most important part was humility, right? Because unless until you're humble, you're not going to gain other competencies. You're not going to be able to integrate other people's insights and knowledge and all of those things together. So maybe that is a big competency that you require. If you ask this to teachers, right? So this one is a little different now. So the previous one was more researchers. This one is more teachers and professionals in the International Co-Creation Learning Lab that happened in 2022 as well. Then other things which are more open, which are more conducive comes out, right? So it talks about flexibility, open mind, communication, listening, empathy, understanding, reflexivity, a lot of these different things. And that is why it was not surprising to see 2,500 different competencies all over like in the previous picture there, right? So there are many things that we want the students to learn, right? So with that question, we did a review, so more a scientific review of like what competencies were actually the higher education teaching, right? Are we really teaching some of these competencies that people or researchers or teachers find important? So we did a review, and basically what we found out that transdisciplinarity was definitely a way that like many people or many researchers think that you develop or you help train students in different competencies. And then to prepare them for global and societal challenges. And this one is quite interesting. So these are basically the competencies that we found from the review, right? So we categorized it for your convenience. So in the first, we have something called the cognitive competencies, which relate to analytical skills, critical skills, system thinking, problem analysis. So these are more cognitive level, right? The other one is global or social citizenship. It's about like creating a social status or a responsibility or inclination towards students, right? So being a global citizen or social citizen. I also saw a book on responsible citizenship, right? Some researchers, they also say sustainable citizenship, active citizenship, so many different things. But then it's about like social awareness, developing that social and civic responsibility that you are responsible for the society, and I think that is important. The other one is personal, and these are more intrapersonal or individual competencies, like for example, reflexivity. You are able to reflect on some of your actions, some of what is happening around your society and make sense of it. You need to be able to understand your own identity, your concept of self. I think that is a very important competency these days as well, right? The other one is social, which relates to communication, leadership, basically working together in a society. And the final one, which many researchers, they didn't really focus too much on, but then I think our societies these days are more inclined towards this as well, right? Especially like our young students, they are so much into TikTok, and if you have seen some of the content in TikTok, they're basically really questioning the value of education, the formal education these days. They think that formal education is basically a nuisance, right? So again, like we also need to make sure that we create this really good track where the students can see how the competencies they build or like how the work they build relates to job market and employability, right? So these were some of the competencies that we found, and how did these competencies were developed through some of these didactic methods that we use in education, right? So some of those were like, some of those courses or curriculum, they had real life partners working together with them. Sometimes they also did simulations. So it was basically a simulated case study. So there was no real partner involved as such. Some were field-based, some were university-based. So again, like I don't think like all of this basically subscribes to the value of open schooling, but these are different ways in which you can actually develop some of these competencies. Sorry. So what was the main finding there is that there are multiple didactic methods which were used to develop multiple competencies, but then again, a clear linkage between these didactic methods and competencies could not be elucidated. So we can only say that, oh, like if you use this approach, then you're going to build these competencies because of so-and-so pathways, right? And also the assessment of competencies. If you look into our current education, we do not assess competencies. We grade students, we assess their knowledge, right? So that is basically a big gap there as well. When we're talking about assess competencies, again, like if you are like really putting into some structures which are already there, like we also need to talk about how do we assess those. Yeah, so what I want to also showcase are two examples of how competency-focused education looks like. So some of the examples from VU Amsterdam itself. So I'll show you like two examples from two courses. One is a bachelor level course, which is called the Transdisciplinary Global Health Challenge, where we focus on just one competency, which is called the Global Citizenship Competency. And the other course is for master's students. It is called Interdisciplinary Community Service Learning, ICSL. And there we focus on this competency called Knowledge Integration Competency. Right? So Transdisciplinary Global Health Challenge, as the name suggests, is basically bachelor level students from different disciplines. They come together to work on global health issues, right? So what happens is that they get to work with local partners. Like some of those are local partners, some of those are global partners who all work in the field of global health. And global health, as you already know, is quite broad. So it is not only about health and diseases, but also climate change, also about sustainable agriculture, nutrition, many things as such. But then what do we want the students taking this course to learn is that we should teach them to be global citizens, because it is about global health, which means that they need to feel that they are part of the world and not just Amsterdam as such, right? So that is where the global citizenship competency comes along. The global citizen competency, it focuses on 3 different dimensions: social responsibility, global competence, and global civic engagement. And if you look into these different dimensions, which are a part of these competencies, these are very similar to what Diana talked about as well, right? So these are basically just small parts of different skills, different knowledge, and different attitudes, which you can put together to make a competency as such. The other course is a master level course, and here what we focus on is getting students from different disciplines and different countries to come together to integrate their knowledge, right? And they usually have a theme or a topic they work on, like circular economy, green cities, mental health, things like that. And just an example of what the students did, right? So this is basically where the students, they cross different boundaries. So here, like if you look on the left side, is when the students who are working on the topic of COVID-19, they started the module. And as you can see, these students, they come from different disciplines. The triangle ones are medicine, the round ones are from other disciplines as such. They all basically didn't really come together at first, right? Because again, they all feel that their disciplines are different, and then there's no way that you can integrate your knowledge and values together. But then at the end of the module, you see that a lot of cohesion happens, right? Through like the interdisciplinary collaboration that they go through. At the same time, if you focus a little bit on the A was an arts education student. Not everybody kind of like develop these competencies, and this is also something that we need to learn about, right? So understand that maybe we'll be able to help a lot of students, but not all of them. But then they go through these experiences, and then this basically showcases like how it happens. So what exactly happens in here is that we teach the students these 2 very essential competencies. One is called cross-disciplinary or epistemic competency, where you get to understand your own knowledge, your epistemic, your disciplinary knowledge, but at the same time start valuing other people's knowledge, right? And you start from the lowest stage of awareness, and you go all the way to control. The same thing with cultural awareness. When you're working with people coming from different walks of life, from different cultures, you first need to understand your own culture and also other people's culture. And later you go to a stage of cultural adjustment where you can negotiate with other people in a very safe and secure manner, right? So once you can do both, then you are at a stage where you can actually negotiate the knowledge and then integrate the knowledge together and produce it. So these were some of the competency-focused courses that we convene. And as you can see, that we're not focusing on a lot of competencies all at the same time, because that's really difficult, right? So we zoom in on just one competency or 2 at a time. So another question for reflection is, what competencies are important to train students? And I think in our courses or in open schooling as such, we need to also be cognizant of this. And how to focus on and train those competencies. That is important, right? So we may like to think about systems thinking competency, but what can we do so that like our students develop this? Another thing important, which is not added here, is something that has come out from the discussions today that we had, is that do the teachers themselves have the capacity to teach these competencies to the students, right? So teachers also need a lot of, number 1, resources, number 2, trainings to be able to cover these demands, because sometimes like I think like we put too much undue pressure on teachers who already have a lot of work. So these are also some of the questions that come about. So some takeaway thoughts are competencies-focused courses and curricula are very much important. So we need to, right from the get-go, have a clear focus on competencies from design to execution. And we also need to connect the competencies with the learning activities. And in regards to the choice of competencies to train in and level competencies, we need to be practical. Not all courses need to be transdisciplinary. Not all competencies we need to teach, right? Because there are like 2,500 competencies. We're not going to teach all of them, right? And then, we take care of that. And then we also think about things like, for example, the level of engagement in the society, right? How much of engagement are the students gaining, and what competencies are they're building through it? Because these nuances are also important, right? Just meeting a societal partner for one day and working with them for 5 months is completely different, and they will build 2 different competencies. So these are the things that I'm leaving you with. Thank you very much for listening to me, and you can find me on LinkedIn. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Sergio. And well, the 2 presentations so far have been extremely interesting. And it's very interesting to see how there are interconnections and some of the competencies are evolving in the same direction. We can see that there are missing competencies in current reality. For example, you've been talking to us about global competencies. I wonder how global are our classes today in primary and secondary school. And we have seen already some actions to implement them, and I'm sure there are here in the audience other examples on how to implement some of these competencies. As you pointed out, we need to reflect on how to prioritize, and I guess also how to make sure we prioritize with the needs of each class, not even one level, but each classroom. Personalization of education is critical for effective engagement, right? So I liked a lot this slide where you showed the participation of your audiences and how they prioritized some of the competencies already. And some of them were saying that the important ones were open-minded, humility, empathy. So this leads the floor to the next speaker. These are very critical competencies. Our next speaker is Daniel Hyers. He was born in Asia and raised between the USA and Germany, and has been a prominent voice for sustainable impact and innovation since 2010. He's a social entrepreneur, ecosystem builder, and facilitator. You will notice that. He currently serves as Director of Partnerships and Communication on the global leadership team of the Inner Development Goals, a non-profit organization for inner human growth needed to achieve a regenerative transformation. Daniel is also a fellow of the Royal Society for the Encouragement of Arts, Manufacturers and Commerce in London, commonly known as the Royal Society of Arts, and it's a London-based organization committed to finding practical solutions to societal challenges. And he's also responsible leader at the BMW Foundation. Thank you very much, Daniel, for being here, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Rosina. That was a very nice introduction. I'm not sure if this is working, but Rosina, I'm very sorry, but I have to start my talk actually on disagreeing with one little thing that you've said. And that is that in the beginning you said that sustainability is a complex challenge, and that should be obvious to all of us. And I would say you're absolutely right in the matter, but you're wrong about it being obvious. It might be obvious to us on the panel or here in the room, right? But I think if we look out there about why are we not making progress fast enough on the SDGs, for me, for us at the Inner Development Goals, one of the answers to that question is because we're treating sustainability as if it was a brain surgery, not as if it was a problem like bullying in school. And what is the difference? I think, Rosina, you've already said it, right? It's not just a complicated thing. I think all of us here in this room, if we had the time to take 5 years of our lives to dedicate to train to become brain surgeons, most of us would probably become a brain surgeon. There is a path to get there. There is a level of skills that builds on top of each other, and one day you'll be able to do that. Bullying in school, however, and I'm sure you probably know that better than I do, is an issue that is a complex issue, that we're not always sure about how do we frame the problem. If we find a solution, we might not even understand, this is the solution. If we just keep on doing this more and more for 5 years, we're actually going to solve the problem. Perhaps there's not even a traditional idea of a solution, but perhaps there's just better or worse approaches. And that is the territory of complex issues, of wicked problems, and sometimes also called adaptive challenges. And for that, we need a different set of skills. And that is really why we are building the inner development goals, because we look at the sustainable development goals and we see we're not making progress fast enough, and we believe it is because we're not talking about all these skills that already the two presenters before me have highlighted as some of the most important skills, but too often they still get put down as kind of soft skills. And so we believe in order to accelerate our transition to a sustainable development or to a sustainable planet, we need to bring people together around how are they working on these inner development competencies. And I know I'm the third speaker now and the third framework presenting to you, and I'm always looking for kind of where are the differences between our approaches, not to have conflict and to debate on who's right, but actually to see how can we complement each other. And that's why I'm really happy to be here in this discussion on education, because typically I speak more to adults and adult education, to people working in HR, working in corporate, so this is a really fascinating discussion to be part of. My name is Daniel, as Rosina kindly already mentioned. I work for an organization called the Inner Development Goals, and for us, we want to bring this power of inner development to the global challenges that we're facing. We're open source, we're non-profit, so anything that you can see, you can just take it, use it wherever. Anything on our website is freely available. You do not even need to ask. So go ahead and take it, steal it. What is the quote? Good artists copy, great artists steal. So take some inspiration from that. And so a little bit about us. We were initiated by 3 organizations, all in Sweden. One of them was actually the organization that did the design for the Sustainable Development Goals. They're also doing the design for our initiative. And you can see a bunch of universities on here, but I also wanted to show you this slide because we have been already in a process. The Inner Development Goals are maybe 2 years old. But the people around that, the initiators, they've been already working for over a decade on raising awareness to this simple fact that inner development needs to be part of the solution, and we're not talking about it right now. And we've been engaged with these researchers. You might recognize some of the names. We have Amy Edmondson there, Bob Keegan, Otto Scharmer. And we brought them all together and we said, I know, we all have our different kind of wordings, our different theories, but can we get together, put our egos aside, and actually create a framework that is similar to the SDGs, which is mapping out a very complex territory and putting them into 17 little boxes. Now, we all know the world doesn't exist of boxes, but what the SDGs do is that they give us a language so that the company can talk to the activist, can talk to the academic, can talk to the civil society organization about what they actually care about and what they're working on. And we didn't have that for inner development. And so that is why we came into existence, and we brought these people together to formulate a one question. I hesitate to even use the word, but it's a survey, but it only has one question. Because when I hear survey, I'm already thinking about an excuse on not to answer it. But this is just one question asking people very similarly to your question that you bring around to the events. What are the skills and competencies that we need to develop if we want to collectively and individually move significantly closer to achieving the SDGs? And so we involved more than 4,000 people in this and went through a Delphi process. I saw that also on some slides earlier. And this is the framework that has come out as a result. And this framework came out last year. And this was a small organization in Sweden that developed this, right? Initially on an island. And it has resonated so far all around the world. Right now, we have around 250 hubs that have just independently come up around the world and said, yes, this speaks very much to stuff that we are doing, and this helps us communicate better why this matters, and we want to be part of this. Because one thing that we're not is we are not developing any new methodology. We are more like cartographers who are just mapping out what is happening out there. We're not trying to add something to anyone's curriculum. We're just trying to provide a little bit of guidance on what is already happening and how can we also use these skills or train these skills. And I'm sure you're familiar with the saying that all models are wrong, some are useful. And so I just want to share a little bit about our work and how we're trying to make this useful, because I cannot actually go in depth and too much into the actual process of the Delphi process, but I can share a little bit with you on how we try to bring this into the world. And for that, it's important that we set as our theory of change, we do not have time in the world to build a whole new grassroots program from the start, and it'll take 20, 30 years for it to materialize into something meaningful. If you haven't noticed, yesterday and the day before were the hottest days ever measured. We're in a crisis. We need to act. And we need to act in a way that is not alarmistic, that is not just trying to do something to seem like that we're doing something, but we really need to collectively come together to take the right actions now. And so that is how we look at our model. Is it going to be useful for the sustainable transition? And so we work with a lot of organizations because we believe that organizations have the power to reach a lot of people at the same time. It's a big lever. I think we all know that it's very difficult to sometimes pull that lever, but when it moves, when companies are moving forward, they can really move quite a lot of people and energy and resources forward. And we need these people on board too. And so you can see some of the work that companies are doing. I'm sure Google, you've heard of them, maybe even have been a user already of them today. And we're working with their teams in Sweden as well as in California, where we're not telling them anything new, right? We're not bringing in a new methodology. What we are doing is helping them frame their engagement internally with their staff around how and what are the skills that we want to build. And so, for example, if you looked at the first category, it's being, and you can see they do these G2G workshops where you can get to know yourself better and really understand where is my inner compass and where is my authenticity to stand by my inner compass even when things get difficult. Another thing that I really love at Google, and that's coming from the appreciation side, is there is an internal system at Google where any Googler can say thank you to anyone else, just digitally, and that will be recognized also in the real world. This is something that they look at. And when I talk to people at Google, they say, I've never been in a company that is more open to helping out each other. I don't know how they do it. I have sometimes problems with that when colleagues come to me and I have a busy day to say, yes, of course, I'm going to help you. But somehow in a company like Google, they're doing pretty well on that. And so we want organizations to learn from each other on what they're doing well and how they can improve. We're working with IKEA, obviously. We're a Swedish organization, right? And there as well, IKEA, we're not telling them anything new. They've been doing leadership development of their people for 30 years. But what we have been able to help them with is to give them a communication tool, because once you've heard the IDGs, very few people forget that name because we're so close to the SDGs. And on the other hand, they've been using our model to frame the outcomes of their leadership programs, so that they can then go and talk to other companies about what is it that they're actually doing, what's working, and what's not working. And finally, a very Swedish company, I had never heard of them before I started working with this. They're called Lindéngruppen. But I wanted to bring them here because they are a holding organization led by Jenny Lindén that you can see up here. And they have companies that are very, very old world sector. I mean, metal powders, I think, coils, luxury, textiles. They're very much in the manufacturing business. And we need them as well to be part of this transition. And Jenny Lindén has understood this. And one of the first steps that she's doing is she's bringing all 45 CEOs in her portfolio to attend the Inner Development Goals Summit that we're doing to get engaged around this. And so this is how we're really trying to be very practical about what we're doing around the framework. We're doing a lot of other things. We're doing some more research, policy development, and we're building an ecosystem. Because we're not so interested in going into companies and doing consulting directly. We're bringing a platform where people can come together. And we have an open source movement where all kinds of things happen. So I lose track of all the things that happen in the 250 hubs that we have. But one of the things is this that I thought might be very interesting for you. You can just go online and download this. And we are actually right now on the verge of being recommended by the US government to all of their schools through the EPA that inner development and the IDGs are a useful frame to teach to students from an early age on if we want to give them competencies in the sustainability area. Back to activities. Here we go. So we're doing also master classes instead of actually private consulting engagements where we bring companies together over dialogue. But yeah, I don't know how am I doing on time, Rosina? Can I go a little bit more into the framework, or do we want to get into a discussion? 2 minutes, okay. You can take the mic from my hands, actually. So if I have 2 minutes more, I just wanted to show you one more thing. This framework is incomplete, like all models. However, we went to the government of Rwanda that we're working with on this, and they looked at this and they said immediately, where is forgiveness? Because forgiveness was huge in helping us going from the genocide to a relatively stable country that we are right now. And we were like, oh my God, we still have such a Western bias in the way that we look at these things. So over the next 2 years, we are going to be in a process of redoing the inner development goals. Hopefully, it will resemble a little bit of what we already did, and it will be more like an update, but we're open for that. We have to see what comes out of this, and we are going to bring this to many more people. Remember the 4,000 that we engaged earlier? We want to engage over 100,000 people this time and get more perspectives on these skills. And so if you would like to help us, there's a QR code. You can photograph it. You can come engage. You can bring your institutions in this. Because the one thing that is really great about this is that the question is already an intervention. I think that's why it's so great that you're going around asking this to the audience. Because in the moment that you're thinking around what are the skills, I think something has already shifted with where you're putting your attention and how you're going to move forward with that. And so thank you very much for me being here. Looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Very interesting presentation as well. Starting from the inner development goals is key to transform our society, definitely. I think we are all convinced about the importance of all the competencies that you have presented today. Unfortunately, and seeing the indicators like the ones Daniel said about these last hot days, we see that we are not very successful still at implementing them, but what is positive is that we are here because we are starting to walk in this direction. But we know that the ones that are here are the convinced ones, but that we have problems and also opportunities to move in this direction. So now we would like to open the discussion with the audience. If you can please put the presentation again, my presentation with a slide for the discussion, please. There is another QR code there, and we invite you to enter and to start writing problems and opportunities for implementing these competencies. We have seen 3 different approaches here. One is a European project, and here today there are loads of European projects, and what we tend to do is to develop resources and give them for free in the website of the European project. We have seen another example, which is a university, and how they are creating these courses to develop these competencies. And the third example is a non-profit organization with what I would call a decentralized approach. So not trying to be themselves who have the power to develop people's competencies, but to find other organizations that will do the job. And that's very strong, and that's the reason why their indicators are very ambitious. And here there is a big question: how can we decentralize this development of competencies and resources in each classroom to empower students to prioritize themselves and develop themselves their own projects? And there are loads of examples in the audience, and now we are really willing to listen to your experiences in the parallel sessions, in the poster sessions, and also tomorrow morning that we will also be hearing from your experiences. But before that, let's now reflect on what are the problems and the opportunities to start going faster in this direction. And while the audience starts writing, I also open the floor for anybody who wants to share comments on these aspects and also to the panel. So the question would be, well, we've seen Daniel with huge numbers. I think you haven't been so brave to give numbers, but you have also big numbers of impact in your courses. I know, for example, in the University of Amsterdam, they have, I don't know, 200 students in one of the masters only, and there are several masters, of course. So loads of students that are benefiting from this framework. And also, Diana, I'm sure your European project also has huge impact around Europe. So the question for you as well is, what are the problems you face for this scalability or for this impact, and what are the opportunities you are going to take advantage of? So here in the audience we have some people who want to participate, so please, Ale, then Lars.
Hello. So I loved all the presentations, and I'm wondering, one of the big challenges is to translate these models in a very practical way. And I also me wondering if having some stories that you presented, how would be this showcase of stories showing how the model was translated in a practical way, and it got the outcomes. You know, how this, if you have examples in your organizations, for instance, the university, in your European project, in the institute that you work, IDGs, how would it be this showcase of best practices in development, in competences development?
So we work with a lot of organizations who are doing that in-house, and I've shown a few ways in how they do it. I think the basic way to start is really just to measure at how much training is going to technical skills, like learning Excel or being certified in something, and how much training is going into transformational learning, where actually the people come out differently afterwards. And what we are concerned with actually is looking at not like the IDGs, to be honest, is a little bit like a Trojan horse. It's something that is easy to understand on a personal level. But where we want to get to is the institutional perspective. So Robert Keegan talks about a deliberately developmental organization, a structure that actually helps people within develop and continuously learn. And to me, the question is, how would that actually look like? Because when we're talking about, mindfulness at work, it doesn't help to just put an hour of meditation on Monday if you still have the same deadlines, the same reporting structures, and the same bosses as before. So to me, the question is, how would that look like? And what would need to be in place in a company as a structure if we really want to take this stuff seriously? So that is kind of the practices that we care about more as, let's say, there are certain ways like immunity to change from Bob Keegan, or there's different practices that you can do for your inner development. So I'm not sure if I answered your question completely, but that is kind of our perspective on that.
Yeah. Sorry, should I? Because I just wanted to add to that. So in a more educational perspective, what I usually see among our students is that competencies are something that we do not really help them develop but realize, right? So it is more of a realization of competencies because as Daniel already talked about, you know, like the building blocks of competencies are something that you learn right from the get-go, like right from when you're a child, from your family, from your parents, from your friends, from your environment, and then so on, like in your primary schooling as such, right? So as you develop these building blocks, once you go to a certain level, then you try to bring them all together and then like try to realize into a competency, right? So in education level, when I'm teaching a master's student or a bachelor student, so I'm not like helping them build competency because they don't really come from zero. They already have a certain level. I'm just helping them realize that these different skill sets can be put together to focus on something else. So it's basically just challenging into something else. And in regards to 1,000 competencies that exist, it is important that we also focus on what are relevant to you, what is relevant to the student itself, because competencies are purpose-led. We cannot really force anybody to learn competencies as such. I think the students, it should come from within, right? So it is intrinsic, such things.
Yes, I'm thinking of where politics in the ill development of us. I think part of the complexity we are at with climate politics are that all the low-hanging fruits have been picked already. I mean, it's all the things that politicians could do that do not hurt anyone, or do not make any conflict in society, they have been done. The reason why they're not doing the next step is that it involves conflict in society. And some will have to give and some will have to get, some can get. And that will be a global discussion. Some parts of the globe will give and some will get. Some will have to lose and some will have to win. It's among people in society. It's among, I mean, agriculture is under threat. Usually agriculture we know. So there's a lot of resistance there. They will have to give. So I'm just thinking about where is this, in a way is there a layer between inner development and sustainable development that really is the important layer here, which is about finding solutions to these real problems. I mean, it is a real problem when someone has to give away privileges and give it to others.
Absolutely. And I think it's really great that you bring that up because it's something that I oftentimes don't talk about or is a very small point on one of the slides. One of the founders of the Inner Development Goals wrote was interested in understanding why is Sweden so differently developed from the Anglo-Saxon world, from the rest of Europe. And essentially what he found was that there was about 5% of the population at the time when the Industrial Revolution came to Sweden, and a lot of changes came, that had gone through something that we would now say is kind of an inner development retreat. Up to 6 months, people could actually go there for free and work on these types of skills. And he's making the argument that that was actually one of the critical factors, that when the revolutions kind of came, that people were dealing with it differently than in other parts of the world. And so we are very much interested in engaging with government and, in general, the public sector, in seeing how can we help them also understand that their own inner development, on the one hand, is a part of it, and the other part is that this needs to also go through all of the government institutions and how they interact with the public. And just one note on that, in Sweden, I have been told that there has actually been a minister of inner development at the beginning of the 1900s for about 30 years. And that is also something that we would really love to see again, not because a minister can push so many things and move so many things forward, but that it will be a cultural signifier that we take this thing seriously.
Thank you very much. Now let's see what the audience is saying through this software. If you want, you can vote on the items that are there, so we will see the ones that have more votes at the top, and we can pay attention to the ones that gain attention. So if we go to the top, we can see here comments like, for example, engagement, fear of letting other educators into schooling. So fear of involving other stakeholders in education. So this is related to some comments below on fear to change as well, or resistance to change, lack of formation practice, lack of commitment. Yeah, how to develop the inner competence. Maybe it's a personal decision, but how could teachers help students to go in that direction? And here Daniel already showed a toolbox with some resources to move in that direction. Lack of national policy support, and this is related to what Lars was saying, this lack also of competencies from policymakers as well. Not my problem, difficulties to assess, lack of time. Is there anybody who has shared these problems here who want to comment on them? No? Okay. So if that's not the case, if it's okay for everybody, we are going to close the session here. Thank you very much for all these inputs. One of the conclusions here is that we are in front, of course, of a complex issue, and the solution cannot be easy. We cannot have toolkits to solve it, because toolkits can help, but will contribute, but not solve it. And we need collective action, which is easy to say, not easy to do. But we are here to start, and we are evolving and improving, and we need to be positive about it. Thanks a lot for all the contributions. And now we are going to move to outside to take a picture all together before we go for lunch, and then to the parallel sessions. You know that in the posters outside, the rooms are correct, and also on the website. So you can check the rooms in the website or on the roll-ups in the corridor. And again, now let's meet all together in the garden, just outside in front of the cafeteria, to take the picture. Oh, I don't have microphone.
Awesome. Oh, this works now. Thank you. So welcome everyone. Thank you for attending this session, and thank you to the Connect team for organizing it and inviting other sister projects on open schooling. So my name is Greta Liai. I'm a project manager at Excite, the European Network of Science Centers and Museums. And already this morning, we mentioned the OS Together group. This network is coordinated by Excite, and it was born in 2020. So it's the Open Schooling Network. And it includes today 14 projects on open schooling and STEM education outside the classroom. So these projects, they were funded under the European Commission programs Horizon 2020 and Horizon Europe. And what was the goal of this network? The network was born with the idea of creating synergies but also complement each other. And as you can see from this title, they have a common vision, one vision. What is this vision? The vision is to transform the traditional and current learning processes, so to make them open. Open in terms of space, but also in terms of timing, in terms of teacher roles, and how we access these approaches. And to do that, you will discover today that there are several paths that were implemented and several approaches. So you will listen today from 9 projects that are still active and part of this network, and each of them will share with you the resources and results that they have been implementing. They are at different stages, and we will start with the representatives of 4 projects, then move to a short questions and answer session, and then give the floor to 4 more projects, and again give the floor to the participants for more questions. So we would start with the Connect, and I invite Georgios to take the floor.
Thank you very much, Greta. Hello, everybody. I will also invite on the floor my colleague Marcos Varveris. We are going to present together what you have been hearing from this morning all day long, Connect project. Of course, we are going to be very brief. The idea is not to present, to spend this time for Connect. You will hear about Connect quite a lot in this conference. We have a dedicated session tomorrow to present the results of Connect. And we want to leave more space for the invited projects, so for you to get to know more and hear from your projects how they are doing. So just very briefly, just to understand what is the path, the open schooling path that we follow in Connect that Greta talked about. Indeed, there are many different paths to go if you want to implement open schooling techniques. Open schooling is a very broad idea. So, okay, may I take it for now? So I guess it's, where do I have to point? Okay. So what is Connect? Do I have to point there or there? Okay. Where? Yeah. Where do I point? Yeah, I'm pressing, but this happens in live shows, you know that, right? I should have taken notes from the, yeah, maybe it's full interactive, huh? No, it doesn't work with waving my hand, no. Oh, please don't change it so easily. Okay.
It's on or off?
Okay, okay. You didn't have to say this aloud. Yeah. Yeah, okay. So, but somehow the first slide changed. But anyway, okay. So what is the idea? The idea came from the need that we need more people to aspire a career in science and to be able to think scientifically in their everyday life. So the need for society to have more people not only pursuing a career in science, but also implementing the scientific way of thinking in their everyday life. So what we do, we are based on research that says that students lack basic science capital, meaning that there is some low cultural familiarity with science, lack of role models, limited opportunities to engage with science outside formal education. So all in all, a very limited interaction with science. So the solution was to add more opportunities into the curriculum. There has been some discussion in this morning, and there will be more in this conference about actually how we can affect curriculum. And we have Peter here with us also in this session today, who actually has implemented many ideas about that, and we have discussed this in the past a lot in many of our meetings. So the idea was to go to the existing curriculum and add opportunities for the students to engage with scientists, to interact with scientists, to talk about science with their families, and generally to be more aware about the impact of science in the world. So that's what we did. We used the idea of science actions, and we implement science actions in school through a model that actually brings scientists in contact with teachers, and scientists with teachers work together to let students implement connect resources which are used through the science actions and using participatory science to actually bring students closer to the everyday implementation of science in real scientists' everyday life. So that is the idea. By science actions, we mean learning activities that make science more relevant to students, anything that can bring them closer to science, but specifically bringing them in contact with people who do science in their everyday life. That's what I mean by scientists. So Connect has a broad consortium. Me and Marcos, we are from Exus, which is coordinating Connect project. And as you heard also in previous presentation today and in my opening welcome talk, we have implemented Connect's ideas and resources in 5 countries: Greece, Romania, the UK, Brazil, and Spain. So how do we do this? We provide some add-ons in the existing curriculum. These add-ons include real-world challenges, future support or future-oriented support from a scientist, engaging families' activities, bringing into the actions the families to work together with the students and the teachers, so to engage the whole family, and fun tasks to apply science ideas, inclusive strategies for teaching skills, and competence-based assessment. So we have 2 types of resources, the structured and the unstructured scenarios. So the structured scenarios implement the care, know, do methodology, which is led by our scientific coordinator, Dr. Ale Okada, who actually was facilitating the morning session. So there are 3 stages: the care, the know, and the do stage. So in the care, it is implemented more a type of informal learning with professionals and family introducing the challenge. So through a discussion, through an informal way, introducing the challenge. In the we know stage, there is formal learning focused on the students acquiring the scientific understanding and skills. And in the we do stage, students turn this knowledge into actions. They implement it in various hands-on projects into participatory science action, including an evaluation. So these were the Connect goals. Connect is now, it's in third year, and the project will finish in December. As Alice said briefly also in the morning, we have managed up to now to affect actually around 30,000 students in 210 schools around Europe. So it was a very difficult target to reach, very ambitious. These targets were set before the COVID pandemic, so you understand when the COVID pandemic started, having to affect 30,000 euros was really a difficult task. But through hard work, we really actually managed to do it, and by catching up actually in this last third year and in the second half of the second year. So, how to benefit from Connect project? Okay, we have implemented our science actions. We have brought scientists into our teams. We followed a path of coaching the teachers with the help of scientists, making them collaborate together and implement the science actions at schools, but how this can benefit the broader community. So, in the heart of Connect project is the Connect platform, which actually we have implemented as a company Exus. So I will give the floor to my colleague Marcos, who was leading the work package developing the Connect platform, to finish this talk.
Is it on? No? Thank you, George. So, as the name suggests, a big aspect about the Connect platform is actually connecting teachers and science practitioners, science researchers, and whatnot, in order to make science education more engaging, more applicable to real life for students around the world. So, the Connect platform is accessible two ways: through either straight through the website, or through that link over there. This is accessible to anybody that has access to the internet, and it's also mobile friendly, because one thing that we learned from the project is that, for example, in Brazil, a lot of teachers, they tend to prefer using their mobile phone for different reasons. So that's why we wanted to make sure that, as well as being engaging, creating all this great content and opportunity for connection, that's also accessible for everyone around the world. So the platform has got three main roles. The first role is that it acts as this large repository of data and essentially different types of resources for everybody to be able to access. The second one being that built on a sort of similar to a social media structure with some social media capabilities, it acts as an area where the different researchers, teachers, and whatnot, they can connect and engage with each other in an online community. And finally, this is a way for us to measure the different engagement of the Connect project itself through analytics and metrics. So in terms of the resources, there are two main types of resources, as George mentioned. The first one being the structured resources, the structured scenarios. So the structured scenarios, these actually followed like specific activities that have been actually implemented and crafted by different teachers before them. So, for example, this may be finding about renewable energy in certain contexts and the different activities that the students can go through in order to actually see how they can apply renewable energy in their daily lives or how it affects them. And finally, there's open-ended scenarios. So these are only a rough open-ended structure and template that teachers can use as inspiration to find, let's say, relevant problems then within their respective communities or that affect their students. So in terms of the social network structure, some of this may look quite familiar. You know, we've got a profile over here. Here we have George looking great as always. We've got different groups so that, for example, different teachers, different interests or from different countries, they can join those groups and interact with teachers with similar interests. That doesn't mean that the groups are restricting anybody. It's just to help organize people and find similar interests. So in these groups, you've got blog posts, you've got forums where people can interact and engage with each other. You can send messages, even send like connection requests for somebody that looks great interest. And a very important feature is that you can actually search for people. So if you're looking for, let's say, a physicist, you can search in the search bar, physicist, and all the members of the platform that have put down themselves as physicists, they'll show up. And finally, there's an analytics engine. So the analytics engine was very important for the purpose of the Connect project, but also so we can just see the overall engagement of the different members on the platform. So this does need to be updated a bit. I think it's around 300 users short. But here we can see like when the users join, how many different types of posts there are, what are some of the more popular posts and talking subjects that the users of the platform are interested in. So that's it for the Connect platform. I'll give it back to George.
Actually, would like to thank you all for being here. Thank you for your time. We're happy to answer any questions. You can find us in all social media platforms, and we hope you enjoyed it, and we can pass the floor to the next project.
So thank you both. So I will now give the floor to Digna Causo from the Universitat Autònoma de Barcelona, and she will be presenting the Multipliers project.
Thank you so much. I'm here with my colleague, Eliatena. She's around there taking pictures, I hope. So we are representing Multipliers. This is us, just some weeks ago at Torino in Italy. In our meeting. The consortium is made by 5 universities. All the people in this project from the universities come from didactics of science or science education research groups. And then we have the European Forest Institute, and then 2 companies, which are Erucor and Iren, that is a company about energy, water sanitation, and so on in Italy. So what are we doing? The main purpose of Multipliers is to expand the opportunities for science learning. We have different objectives, like establish sustainable OECCs. OECCs is a core concept of the project. I will show you now what is that. Through these OECCs, which is just a way of connecting schools with the society, with other stakeholders, we want to increase students' interest in science, develop analytical and critical thinking competencies, provide guidelines for educators and policymakers, and share project ideas, good practices, and toolkits. So this is what an OECC looks like. In the middle, there are schools, and of course, around, we have different types of stakeholders that we try in every country to organize this sort of structure. So around a group of schools, it could be primary schools or secondary schools, we try to have people in the media, people in science research institutes, in the industry, in science associations, and so on, that are in connection with that school via a challenge, a particular problem we want to tackle. So mostly this year, because we have been working for a year in this project, what we have been doing is defining what we understand by open schooling. This is the process we have followed to define that. It has been like a consistent process of both prism review of papers, but also a needs analysis, so it's both research-based and needs-based. And our idea of OECC is around these key concepts. Bidirectionality is a very important concept. We don't want the schools to be open to others. We want others also to be open to schools. So this bidirectional relation. We also want this idea of community well-being. So at the center of the project is a particular challenge that is supposed to improve the well-being of that community. We have this very important focus in curriculum connection. We are not doing things outside of the curriculum. We are using the curriculum to change the world, because there's a lot of things in the curriculum that can help us. One important concept that we think we are introducing in open schooling is this idea of epistemic authority. I would like to discuss on that if we have more time later on, because it's this idea of the students, the teachers, the families, not only the supposed experts, being people that see themselves as agents of knowledge, as knowledgeable. In particular, we involve the students in research, in local research, that they can share with the experts. It's inspiring what the experts do, but it's adding to the experts in some sort like a citizen science project, but also in other forms of collaborations. There's also this idea of synergistic collaboration where different agents bring different things So we cannot, anyone knows everything and introduces everything, but among all the group we can do everything. And this very important reflective and critical stance, both in the project, with the students, with the teachers, and with our collaborators. And of course, it's a value-driven project. So the 4 values that are behind all this is sustainability, equity, social justice, and inclusion. So this is our complete definition. Don't read it, it's very long, but it's published. And just to, if someone wants to read it, you have more time later. And we have been doing this year is we have done the first round of our project. Our project starts in phase 1. In phase 1, what we do is that we choose an SSI, a socio-scientific issue, a challenge. It could be air pollution, it could be antimicrobial resistance, it could be energy, it could be forest use. We have a challenge, and then we establish the OECC between schools and people interested in that challenge. We have in common some design principles, so for us it's very important that our teaching and learning materials are of good quality, that they are research-based, they are not improvised, they are not the first thing that comes out of your mind. Is something that is based on research in science education. We provide scaffolds to the teachers and the students for everything that they do, for a debate, for an introduction to the students, for whatever. And then we have indicators of good quality. After this is done, we implement those teaching and learning sequences in phase 2 in the different schools, and then the phase 3 is perhaps the most important one for multipliers, because after learning, what we want is students and family and stakeholders to participate in a multiplying event. So an event where we exchange knowledge with other people. It could take different forms. So these are our topics, such as air pollution, antimicrobial resistance, biodiversity and ecosystems, forest use, forest protection, vaccination, and clean water and sanitation. They are all challenges that are global challenges, but also local challenges in our communities. And this is how a real OECD, open schooling community, looks like. This is the Barcelona one. We have put ours, of course. And this is the 4 schools we work with. 3 of these schools are really high complex schools, high schools. And then we have also a semi-private school. This reflects the composition of our schooling system here in Catalonia. And then we have people in the media, science associations, civil societies and teaching supporters, policymakers, informal providers, and some research institutes, as you can see. So if you can put the video, perhaps to have a look of how our first year looks like. It's going to be more nice than if I explain it. Can you press play? Here we say dentro video. Just no? No? Well, imagine it's moving, okay? And perhaps it's not working. Not working? No? No problem. You can see the videos on our webpage. So, what we have done is, this is in phase 3, the students acting as multipliers. In phase 2, here, what you would have seen is how the students were involved in local research on these topics. This is much more than going to visit a research center or things like that. In particular, we involve the students in actual research in their local context. So, for instance, these students here are measuring pollution in their own school and things like that. So we have a lot of actual local research. And then we have a different type of multiplying events, so school science fairs, community debates, public consultations, broadcasting, and exhibitions or pop-up events in the city center or things like that. And then this is how these multiplying events look like. We have multiplying events that were multitudinary, we have multiplying events that were more small and small scale, but in all of them, the students were really addressing their findings, their questions, and everything, and being those giving a voice to this process. And then questions that we have for the next months. Is the multiplying model, our model, achieving impact in terms of the variables we are measuring? We are measuring pre and post affective variables like self-efficacy, interest in science, and career interest, career awareness. But we also analyzing qualitatively argumentation and critical thinking, so skills of argumentation and critical thinking and perception of these impact in students and teachers. We also want to know if this model is sustainable and exportable to other school or country situations, because it's really cost effective to develop teaching learning sequences that are really research-based, that really work, where the students in a reasonable amount of time get this epistemic authority we are trying to achieve. So they see themselves as as almost experts in that topic. So this is a challenge. We also want to analyze what characteristics of these multiplying activities contribute to students' agency as scientific knowledge providers. So in which activities students feel that they are more those who know and those who can, not the only ones who know, but part of those who know and whose opinion is important and whose knowledge is in development, but rooted in the evidence, in hard work. And we also want what is the expert role, because they are not so much, they are still seen as experts in the project. And we don't want them to be seen as experts, we want them to see as colleagues. And that's difficult to do. And how can be they more impactful? And also, what are incentives for these OECD members? Because we are very happy to have so many people on board, but it's really a challenge to have them on board in a sustained manner over time. And if you want to know more about our project, you have all these things here, Twitter, Instagram, and of course our webpage. All the teaching and learning materials are there in each topic. So we have toolkits for each teaching and learning material. In their first version, we are making them, improving them. And we will also have tools for scientists or media people, how to address the students, things like that. So we want to have tools for all the OECC profiles or stakeholders. And that's it. Sorry.
Thank you so much. And I invite actually the speakers that already had their presentations to take a seat, so then we can move directly to the question and answers session. And now I will hand the mic to Pere Villanova that will present the road steamer project.
Hello, everyone. I'm going to present the road steamer project, which aims to develop a roadmap that has an impact in the horizon policy of the Commission. So first of all, I would like to start with something that you already know. What is STEAM? STEAM stands for Science, Technology, Engineering, Arts, and Maths. And it can be defined as an interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary approach, equipping people with a more holistic view of the world. And why it matters? Why is that important? Well, according to the 2018 European Barometer, EU member states spend on average 5% of their GDP in education. There are some exceptions like Sweden and Belgium that reach 7.7%. But what is shocking is that about 25% of Europeans think that the skills they learned through their education were actually not meeting the needs that they then faced in their jobs. And that is where this approach of STEM education that aims to see science, technology, engineering, and mathematics not as detached topics, but as a core and a unitary subject comes in, and where we can introduce the arts. So we can integrate problem solving, and we can help developing both hard and soft capabilities. Then is where the road steamer project comes in. As you can see, this is our consortium. The coordinator is the Lisbon Council. And what we are planning to do is to develop, as I said in the beginning, a roadmap for science education in Horizon Europe that can then be used by stakeholders and by the Commission to as a guidance. So the funding, the future funding of future, European projects and education strategies can be better used and better solved. This roadmap it's going to help improve the education policy of Horizon Europe, because it will be helpful to get a shared understanding of Europe's particular educational needs and how STEAM can address them. And it will also help to explore the opportunities arising through STEAM for integrated science learning approaches and synergies. And of course, to study those policies deficiencies that hinder the impactful adoption of STEAM approaches in Europe's science education landscape. And what the findings are is that in the social economical context, and there is this need of increasing the digital and scientific literacy. There is, of course, the issue of inclusivity of women and of minorities, and to develop skills to face grand challenges such as global warming, health, and inequalities, something that you've been talking a lot about here. So this is the set of criteria that can be used to analyze STEAM practices in real life use cases. And these are the key elements that Road Steamer is taking into account: collaboration, disciplinary interrelationships, thinking, making, doing, creativity, real-world connection, and inclusion, personalization, and empowerment. And finally, we encourage you to visit our social media and website. All these very nice graphics are from our website and social media. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Perez. So one last project for the for this first session. I invite Giuseppe Mossuti and Barbara Quarta to present the Make It Open project.
Thank you. Let's see if I make it. So what's the secret for this? Sorry? Yes. Okay. Thanks. Good afternoon, everybody. This is always a difficult time, after lunch. I hope you had a good coffee. And so, yes, I'm here with Barbara to present you Make It Open, which is a EU-funded project based on open schooling. I will briefly introduce you Make It Open. We'll dwell a bit more on the pedagogies that we use in this project, which are maker education and open schooling, and the resources that were created. Tomorrow at the same time, after lunch again, we'll have a longer session on this, where we'll introduce you more in depth the Make It Open resources. So I'll see you tomorrow as well, I'm sure. So Make It Open is a project that started 3 years ago. It's EU funded and and is carried out by 7 core partners and about 10 third parties. It's coordinated by the Bloomfield Science Museum of Jerusalem. It's a project that by combining maker education and open schooling wants to foster the open schooling and put community well-being at center of education. All this by rethinking learning boundaries and equip future citizens with 21st century skills. Now, what are the main objectives of Make It Open? They are 3. It's increasing the level of scientific literacy and interest in science. Doing this by positioning schools at the center of community well-being and introducing maker education as a transformative approach for open schooling. I think we have all been discussing open schooling today. Compared to what I have listened today, perhaps this is what Make It Open has different, or more in a front line. Work on open schooling has been, the methodology has been based on service design, and we have worked around 7 learning dimensions. which are all around expanding the learning environment. So the learning dimension we work on are like, where do you study? Who teaches? How do you teach? What is taught? When do you study? Why? Who do you study with? Of course, the answer to all this is, very much focused on open schooling. So the project aimed to expand the learning environment beyond the school walls, to expand the role of teachers to parents, experts in the industry, to go beyond teachers. So to introduce a variety of teaching formats and methodologies. All the work has been organized around STEM topics. The project has a very enhanced STEM component. And we also tried to expand the time frame of when we learn. In fact, the idea was to make the barrier between formal and non-formal and informal learning more permeable, because we learn a lot in non-formal environments. All this by promoting relevance to everyday life and challenges, and really putting schools at the center of community well-being. Here you see there are 16 learning scenarios that have been tested and piloted across 4 countries: the Netherlands, Poland, Israel, and yes. All this, so this material is available, has been tested over the year. The project comes to an end at the end of the summer in September. And these learning scenarios are divided in primary and secondary school, and can be downloaded, used, and edited through the tools that were created and made available through the project. I really invite you to have a look at these learning scenarios, because they really bridge the barrier between STEM education and arts, some of them, and provide very good example of how you can teach STEM subjects, for example, with performing arts. There is a learning scenario in there called illicit drugs, where students from secondary school in the UK learn about the effects of drugs in human body and mind through performing arts. There is another example of learning science and art together, which is Physics Everywhere, which is a learning scenario created and implemented in Jerusalem, so urban Middle Eastern country, whereas illicit drugs take place in rural UK, very different setting. In Physics Everywhere, students learn about Newton's law by analyzing a playground in a neighborhood and applying the Newton's law in the playground, and creating then science to explain this law and share the scientific knowledge that they built with the entire community. So example how open schooling can work in very different contexts, mixing very different subjects. The project was based and has a strong focus on fostering learning practical skills, STEM skills like asking questions and defining problems, developing and using models, engaging in argument from evidence, soft skills like teamwork, dealing with uncertainty, empathy, and management skills like planning, use of resources. The project was very much based on the idea that learning is not only in the outcome of the learning process, but in the process itself. This is really very much part of the maker education that was part of the project. For that, I give the floor to Barbara.
Thank you, Giuseppe. So very briefly, being mindful of the time, I will just tell you about the pedagogies that are behind the, the Make It Open project. Oops, I'm going behind. Here we are. So as you can say from the title, Make It Open is based on the maker education approach and of course open schooling. I will tell you just a little bit more about this and giving you just some glimpse about, for example, what are the main elements and characteristics of the maker approach. Probably most of you are very familiar with these topics, but it's important to highlight what is behind the project, what is the pedagogy that we have used in this specific project. So the maker education approach is based on the constructionism approach, and it was inspired also by the experiential learning approach, which really sees the children at the center of the, basically the children at the center of their process of being able to construct their own knowledge by producing, by making, building, sharing and testing, and also refining objects. So it's really, maker education is really about building. It's really a hands-on methodology, but it's also a learning approach in the sense that puts equal emphasis on the building, but also on the reflection, so the children can really understand what they are, and they can reflect on what they are doing. It emphasizes, of course, inquiry, experimentation, design, and it really focuses on the students' interest that, in a way, become more aware of how the world is designed and how they also can contribute to the world. So here we have some key elements that have been identified, and these are the elements that are basically at the core of the pedagogy. So it's very important that both teachers and students are together in this mindset of the maker mindset. So basically the teacher gets more and more the role of facilitators of learning and supports the children in this process. And the process is indeed at the center of the whole thing, and it's, there is more emphasis on the exploratory and inquiry processes instead of the products. Of course, integrated projects are at the core of the maker education, and as well as the teamwork and the creating a positive and fun and playful environment. And then the open schooling approach that behind the Make It Open project is focused on these key elements that are, in a way, we've been seeing across the different open schooling projects that we have here in the clusters as well. So learning which is open in terms of timing and locations and models and teaching roles, and collaboration between the schools and the communities, and so on. So, as Giuseppe was saying, the project produced very, very nice results, and if you want to know more about these results, we have a session tomorrow at 2 o'clock. It's a workshop on Make It Open, but basically we have the scenarios, we have the MOOC, we have this very interesting platform that you can all use, which is the navigators. And yeah, I think the time is up, so I'm sorry, I was really in need of water, so I'm sorry if I was a bit long.
Sorry, Barbara. No, I just invite you to join the session tomorrow, where the tools developed and available for educators and students will be discussed in more details with a little hands-on session.
Thank you very much. So I now open the floor to the public and to the audience. If you have any questions for these four first projects.
Hello, this is Stefanos, also from Excite. I would like to ask the Connect project. You guys mentioned that you start from the informal sector. Your structured scenario starts from outside the school. Did I get that right? You have a sort of four steps in your structured scenario. Yes, the tripartite step. So the first step is, so the initiator is outside of the school, or is it the school? Who is the one who says, let's do this?
The initiation is within the school.
Okay.
Through challenging the questions to the family, bringing the family in the process, so initiating the whole discussion in an informal way, initiating, if you like, the subject, but in a way so that students just, question and discuss it like an everyday matter with their family or with someone else, another stakeholder from the community. So it could be the family or it could be another stakeholder in the community.
But it's still the school. It's still the school that initiates. It's by the school. Okay.
In both the structured and the unstructured scenario. The open-ended scenario are actually another methodology where there is not a predefined complete scenario of how the whole material will be taught. It's open to the students to give different directions according to their needs. So you don't know where the unstructured scenario will end, but of course the teacher as a facilitator leads it to the paths that will help the students learn better.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Actually, sorry, tomorrow there is a workshop by Ale. It will be a plenary session actually on the kernel methodology, so we'll have the opportunity to
Thank you.
see it. Yes, please. Yes,
Thanks. Yeah, I have a question about the methodology and the research part of the project because you have very great numbers. Congratulations for those.
Thank you.
I think it's a great success, especially in a time if you started during COVID and you had to somehow catch up. So my question would be, how did you make those numbers and what kind of research instruments you used? I suppose questionnaires, pre and post, were they online? How did you went about the research?
Well, that's the answer could take a bit of time. I could say that the methodology was based in 3 phases. The first was the engaging schools and scientists. So we started in the first year with a pilot year, engaging some schools in certain areas and some scientists in order to implement our first science actions, get some feedback, have a co-creation procedure. And then year 2 and year 3 were dedicated to escalating this engagement. So actually, Ciencia CosmoCaixa, which is the institution that actually hosts this event here today, was responsible for engaging the engagement plan in all implementation partners. Valachia University, where we have here, Mihai is here representing it, was responsible of engaging coaches in order to be the facilitators between the teachers and the scientists. Each implementation country had their own network, but also implemented our plan, our engagement plan, in order to reach more schools. So every country used their own strategies as well. For example, in Greece, they managed that
we had Manolis Karzonakis, the leader of RDE, in the morning session. So they managed they managed to get a kind of accreditation from the Ministry of Education, and the Ministry of Education sent to the whole schools in Greece a newsletter, including Connect. So many schools from Greece were attracted, not only the ones from the region where RDE was based, the partner was based. Very recently, we learned that actually in the last months, Ciencia CosmoCaixa in Spain managed to have the teachers that participated in Connect to get actually a training accreditation equally to 30 hours, if I'm not mistaken, of training. So this was an extra motivation for teachers. Generally, we did exhausted all the possible ways to motivate schools and teachers to engage. It was very hard because the first 2 years everything had to become online, but it was a very interesting comment that I heard in the discussion of the morning. I'm not sure if it was by Esther. Esther's here, right? But although I said in my opening talk that maybe the time that Connect started was the worst possible timing, I heard and actually agreed that maybe it was the best possible time, because society needed this you know, a push towards opening where everything else was closing. So despite the fact that it was difficult to reach teachers, to reach the teachers and the schools, as the COVID was going down, the need for people to engage, to open up again was great. So we managed to catch up, even if we fell a little bit behind in the second year, but we gave a great boost in the second half of the second year and the third year, and we managed to reach our targets.
Thank you. I'm from Romania, and you mentioned coaching. How do you use coaching in Connect project, and for who? For teachers, for students?
So, coaches is a specific role in Connect program, in Connect project. Actually, maybe Mihai wants to answer this because he was the leader of the coaching activities. Mihai, I don't know if you want, but I can answer actually. But since you are here with us, I think.
So in the project, we develop a coaching program, and we address to the teacher, in fact, because we need to train the teachers to implement science action. So for that, initially we use experts from our university to develop this coaching program, and in the next phases we try to extend this coaching program, and we train some teachers to become coach for other teachers in the schools where we develop partnership, educational partnership to implement science actions.
If you allow me to add also, Mihai, this played also a key role to, and it is in addition to the answer that I already gave to Giuseppe. Is it? So the coaches actually were, sometimes they were experts from the universities, some other times they were very experienced teachers that were engaged from the school, within the schools, and this helps a lot multiply the teachers that engage in Connect and the students that engage in Connect. So we had teachers training teachers, and this, for example, a teacher who was trained by a very experienced teacher or an expert in the first year, in the third year he could become a coach and train other teachers after implementing the actions for a couple of years. So this helped a lot also multiply the impact of the project.
Any other questions or curiosity?
Is it also for Connect? I keep it?
No, it's for multipliers. So I would like to ask the multipliers project on the notion of your epistemic authority. did you guys use a particular approach by which you facilitate ownership taking by students of major challenges? That's one question. And then also, if through that process you came across and you study elements of epistemic injustice and epistemic justice, which is at the heart of the issue.
Thank you for this question. I almost paid you for making it, even though I don't know you, sorry. So no, we have, one of the things is that this thing of epistemic authority, and it connects with the previous question, is very difficult to go deep and go wide. This is something I always this is very challenging in European projects because they want big numbers, but we know that very, very big numbers to an important depth is very complex. It's very demanding, it's not really sustainable after the project, it's very complex. Even small numbers is not really sustainable sometimes after the project, so imagine big. So epistemic authority is something that first needs learning. And we assume that if students participate in any of our projects, they learn. But it's not like that. I mean, learning is very complex. Really, a difficult concept is very complex. So we trust a lot in research in science education, which means we know how students learn. So we know that you have to start from their ideas. We know that they have to construct their own knowledge. We know that it has to be step by step. We know that not all students will start at the same level and they will not end at the same level. So you have to know what is the learning progression that makes most students go step by step. So we give a lot of importance to the quality of the teaching and learning materials. And that's one clear, crucial thing. In our first phase, we have trusted in very knowledgeable teachers. Scaling that is not that easy because we know that teachers are not all of them equally capable of producing scientific learning. And then this idea of epistemic authority also needs that the students produce real knowledge that is not existent knowledge. For instance, in our case, in our project with Elia, that was the one going to the schools, students know that we know that there is a problem of air pollution around Barcelona. But we give them the data in their village, in their place. We say, you know, we have this data, but this is not the data of your school. Your school could be different. The front door of your school is different than the back door of your school and so on. So this data, even the researchers don't know it. So this idea of locality. And they are producing data that is new, and they are producing results that we don't have before. And they are interesting for the researchers even. Like, okay, it's very interesting that you have, even there is not a street here, but because you have an earth, I don't know how to say it. You know, these things where small kids play with sand, I don't know, a sand pit, then you have a lot of pollution here, even though it doesn't seem that it. So this idea of local data is also very important to give epistemic authority. But we are in progress. I mean, if we really want the students to feel knowledgeable enough to be multipliers of knowledge, we need time and we need and quality. It's difficult, and I think the projects have a path that doesn't allow. In reality, I think we all lie in projects because this project is having a success because we had a previous one in which we make relations and a previous one, and then if not, isolated, starting from zero, that's impossible. So in a way, we are all lying to the EU, and they are used to 3-year projects that produces change in 30,000 people. But we know it's not like that. It's because we have previous connections, because we come from, you know, it's just, and at some point someone should tell them, you know, it works this other way, you know? And I don't know if I answer all your questions.
No, it's yeah, I asked you about the issue of epistemic injustice, which is it's connected to, you know, inequality. I think in Roadsteamer, for example, in which my colleague presented, the socioeconomic conditions affect massively both the delivery and research in STEAM and STEM. So you mentioned, for example, about knowledgeable teachers. Most of the projects, in the projects we start, we go to the teachers that we know. We go to the teachers that they have skills in order to start from somewhere. Now, if we get lucky, you know, that might, you know, multiply, and then we can reach these numbers. These numbers, you know, they can mean something in terms of how far you went, but it can be it can mean nothing in terms of how deep you and how vertical you've been. So it's so the issue of epistemic injustice, both which affects students, it affects teachers, and also it is fueled by inequality, especially in this current climate now. And I wondered your view if you have something on this.
Yes, not particularly in this project, but just in previous projects we have. In reality, in a previous project we did in citizen science with another institution, the amazing thing is that the poorer the school, the more pollution, it is in a more polluted place. So the connection is enormous. It's not only that the students have, I think some of you were speaking about the scientific capital, is much deeper than that. They have less nutrition, they have poor air quality, they have much more sound pollution, so less sleeping hours, they have, everything is worse. So at the end of the day, it is sum ups, and that's why we have so much inequality. But also, ideas of epistemic social justice in epistemology also addresses who is entitled to know and whose knowledge has more recognition. And this is something we are tackling in terms of the students and families. But I don't think a small project like ours will make a big change. We will perhaps along our career, perhaps in 3 people.
Not very optimistic, but okay, being aware of time, maybe we can move to the 4 other projects. So I will invite now the MOST project. So Pilar Lopez Garcia Gallo from the National Museum of Natural Science.
Thank you. Hello. Thank you. Hello, good afternoon. I present the MOST project. I would like to present the MOST project. The MOST project is a meaningful open schooling connect schools to community, like the others. And the Horizonte 2020 project MOST intend to open up school education by initial school community project, ACPs, across Europe. Within a school community project, school and community members, families, science educator, provides citizens, business, etc. Work together to find regionally implementable and scientific approach to sustainable issues. The focus is on waste management in 2021 and energy saving on 2022 after pandemic. To implement this project, our dedicated consortium of 23 educational and environmental expert teams from 10 European countries have come together, including higher educational institutions, schools, ministries, municipalities, enterprises, non-formal education providers like museums, 3. This is very, very, you can see the process is similar like others, no? You can find these pictures in our webpage, and you can see the children who try to find information and consult the experts and research themselves and with the find solution, not trying to find solution in different ways, solution that the real problem. All participants and supporters of the MOST project from the European Open Schooling Network, EOSNet, which will be enlarged step by step all over Europe into a vibrant open schooling community network. The coordinator of this project, of MOST, is the International Center for STEM Education in the University of Education in Freiburg, in Germany, and focuses on practice-related research and its transfer into practice. ICE sustainable links stakeholders from research, practice, policy, and industry nationally as well. And the project partners also work with the same goals. The Natural Science Museum is one of the project partners. This is the building, it's in Madrid, in Spain. It's a classic museum of natural science, but with a current museography with permanent and temporary exhibition. But the museum educators team are the mediation to bring the science closer to citizens, especially the youngest. It's a dynamic program. And the research collaborate too. The experimentation is very important for us, and putting our scientists at the service of the society, not always, but when they permit, and the school community in different programs. Why participate in MOST? So schools are empowered. Students will use science to solve real local problems. Direct and beneficial impact on the environment, increased intrinsic motivation for science and scientific vocation, cooperation and networking. Opportunity to establish new contact and share experience, collaboration and relations at a European level, and participation in most fairs in the end of the process. How to take part? The school community project, part of the project topic with relevance for the community, well-being, for example, ecology, digitalization, or demographic change. After the process, the project solution with relevance for the community well-being. This is the process. No? It's invite, co-create, add, share, and evaluate. Some results. We produce a total of 545 ACPs have carried out. More than 7,000 people have participated in the 2 editions of science fairs to show results in each participant country. The quantitative and qualitative evaluation is being carried out by the UJA, it's University of Jaén in Spain. Marta Romero is the leader. This is the email of Marta, is the specialist. You can write and consult. We present the results in ESERA in the next, in September, on September. And this is the opinion, one of the opinion of our teacher, of Maltese teacher, no? About his participant in ACP project. And we produce a manual too that you can find in our web page. And more information about this project, you can consult Sabine Michel. Michelle is the program manager, and this is her email. And thank you very much. I would like to show you, all the people, all the most team in the video. No sé. ¿Puedes ponerme el vídeo, por favor? is a no professional video. Because all the most team visit Barcelona. Thank you.
Thank you, Pilar. So for the next presentation, we have the SLE project, Sim Learning Ecology, which is a very recent one, and I hand the microphone to Per.
Can I have the, yes, thank you. So this is a new project, STEAM Learning Ecologies, and I would like you to imagine for 1 second that you go back to where you were a teenager or a student, and you're in your classroom studying chemistry, for example, and then you love chemistry, and so you decide, after your school, you decide to join a science club, and then after the science club, you may be joining a theater group, and in which you maybe perform some scientific play about some scientific event, and then in the weekend you go to the aquarium, and well, and then you get back to the school, to your chemistry class. So all this path that you have been following is it's a pathway, and it constitutes an ecosystem of science inputs, actually, and educative tools that you are doing during your day and during your week. So if you look at this path from above, what you will see is like a kind of Google Maps of resources around you, and that's what we call learning ecology, a STEAM learning ecology. And that's what this project wants to map and to propose. We are developing engaging science learning paths for all in a continuum of formal and informal settings. We want these paths to be open schooling STEAM learning paths, and focusing especially on inclusiveness. The conditions for bringing together all actors, we want to include formal, non-formal, informal education providers, as well as the private sector and the stakeholders. No, we want to analyze, when we talk about these barriers between all these actors, what stops them from collaborating, and what can be done in terms of creating synergies and develop these interconnected knowledge ecosystems between all of them. What is a learning ecology? As I put this example in the beginning, no, it is something that it can be, let's say, psychological, like resources that are at your grasp, but it's also something physical, that it's tangible, that you can see, and it contains a variety of programs across institutions and places, and it allows people from different origins and socioeconomic conditions to engage in science. And also what is interesting as well is like people who are already engaged, they can not only learn from that, but improve also what they're doing. For instance, if a science teacher has an aquarium next to their school, probably the way that he or she's going to be teaching science is not going to be the same as if he's or she's not provided with an ecosystem with several resources. So we want learners, in that sense, taking ownership over their own learning as they grow and gain more experience. And by learners, we also, we mean like students, they can also become they can be responsible of their education and claim also for more resources and better, more functional ecosystems. And we also want to encourage collaborative partnerships and networks, so we can optimize opportunities that already exist and create new ones. And what we need to achieve all that, well, it requires that educators and organizations think beyond their own institutions. For instance, principals tend to think about their building and their, their area of control or responsibility of power as something that as a closed system sometimes, right? So we want to change this mindset, and we want to move towards a more collective action and network way of thinking. So this is our consortium, the partners that are participating in the project, and we invite you to visit our website and social media. Thank you.
Thank you, Per. So we move from a very recent project to another very recent project, Levers, that will be presented by Anne Kearns.
Yeah, Levers is also a baby. It's 4 months old in terms of projects. Yeah. My name is Anne Kearns. I work in Trinity College Dublin in the Science and Society Research Group, and we are leading the Levers project at the moment. We say Levers because we have English participants, and when we say levers, it's very traumatizing for them. So we're all trying to say levers a bit more. So Levers develops lifelong learning ecosystems to raise awareness about climate justice and to co-design educational interventions for the support of all persons being able to take meaningful climate action within their communities. Essentially, it's pretty much everything everyone's already talked about. Our big focus is on equity and climate justice, and it being that local and regional, local, global response. It's led by a diverse representative network of locally organised foresighting advocates who are informed by best practices in open schooling. So I will explain this a little bit more. We don't have one general open schooling methodology. There's going to be 9 different Levers locations, and they can adapt their own open schooling methodologies for what they need for the communities they work with and the schools they work with. So what is in common is this. So the circle around it, the learning ecosystems, the critical pedagogy, and the lifelong learning is central to all projects. And then the bits that we're most interested tend to be these intersections between social justice or equity, collaboration and transdisciplinarity, and climate action. So climate action is a term that I think most people know, but it's not worrying about it being a crisis anymore. It's taking the action and doing the thing now and what we can do to help in the long run. So again, the main approaches, as I said, there's open schooling. We use systemic design thinking throughout. So somebody made the point on the first panel this morning that it's all fine teaching people how to find solutions, but we also need to teach people how to find the problem to start as a starting point. This is where we employ systemic thinking the most, and it's where we are focused the most currently in the project. And then the idea of transdisciplinarity. So we use art and science throughout. We use policymakers, NGOs, art institutions, universities, everyone else is involved as core partners, who you will see here. So we're 11 partners in total, and then there will be 9 locations for what we're calling these learning ventures, which are essentially the open schooling projects or the open schooling communities, but taking them outside a school necessarily, but still creating that community. So this is how it works in diagram form. This will change as the project goes along, but that central piece of the puzzle is all coming together. That's our core team working. Then they go out to the learning ventures, and the learning ventures recruit different communities and schools and participants that they need. And those learning ventures, that group they recruit, help co-design and co-create what problem they're actually trying to address. So it sounds silly to say co-create a problem, but they do, because it's a systems process. So they co-create together to define the problem statement before they apply any solutions. The themes that are emerging so far, we're looking at urban food systems, biodiversity loss, heat islands within cities, green entrepreneurship, policy implementation, climate neutral learning spaces, and conservation of water resources. So these are current issues that they're all looking at, some, not all. The green entrepreneurship is a little bit to the point earlier that Multipliers made, that this is really hard to do sustainably. So we've inbuilt into the project a partner who will help every learning venture with its own entrepreneurship plan and sustainable future in terms of economics, which is fun. That's the locations of all of them. As you can see, they're quite spread out. So it's funny, we're seeing similar themes emerging in some and very different ones in others. And this is our timeline. This is what I mean about it still being a baby project. So our website just went live. We can share that with you. The learning framework is what we're basing kind of the approach and the pedagogy and the learning theory around. And then the field guide, which will be iterated as we go along, will be how learning ventures can apply that knowledge in practical steps within their communities. So that's the bit we probably are all interested in when it exists. And if you need any more information, Mary Hurley is principal investigator. That's my email, and the website is there as well. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Anne. So we have one more project, the SAL project, that will be presented by Vasilis Liakopoulos. Sorry, because I feel I'm butchering all your surnames and names. Yep.
Hello. Okay, I will go there so I can see the screen. No. So I'm Vasilis Liakopoulos. I'm from Ελληνογερμανική. I will present you a concrete way to be more, for the schools, to be more effective as change agents of their community by fostering collaboration. This is the SAL project. A little bit about the project first. We are currently in the last year, in the ending of the project. 12 countries are participating from 13 different organizations. We have a lot of diversity, from a private school to museums to universities. This is our goal. We are really close to it. 400 schools around Europe to implement Living Lab methodology. And the interesting thing here is that we have more than 100 teachers at the moment that they want to implement it, but the schools are around 400. I will show you the SAL methodology that we produced in these 3 years. Here is something completely new for you, open schooling, of course. We combine the Living Lab methodology with open schooling. You already know what is it. And we try to open the school to collaborate with societal actors. That's how we call them. We prefer this terminology than the stakeholders, because it sounds better for the schools and is not connected with the industry. This is the methodology. You already know about it. This is a 4-step methodology. Co-creation, exploration, experimentation, and evaluation is these 4 steps. We try to shape them and to make it a little bit school-friendly. So we came out with this. The core element is there, but it's easier for schools to adapt it. The first step is, of course, to make a team and identify a real issue, building on the participants' personal experience. This is really crucial because this is what gives motive to students and teachers in order to implement this methodology. After that, we try to make a brainstorm and propose real solutions to this problem. We are not trying to make a rocket to go to the Mars. We try to propose a real solution with what we have in the school in regarding time and resources. We don't want to spend money or more time that you already have. And when we finally have a good idea, we try to make a prototype. A prototype could be 3 things. Could be a physical one, a digital one, or an event to raise awareness, let's say. And in all of these steps, we try to co-create with the societal actors. This is a circle. In every step, societal actors can contribute and learn from the school and also teach from the school. This is how we envision Living Lab, that everybody contributes as they can and finally make a prototype. And now we will go to the tools that we already developed in order to engage schools and teachers to participate in the project. The first and most useful one is the platform, the place to find, share, and interact with other school Living Labs communities. We have a tool section dedicated to documents, to portfolio, to inspiration, to whatever you may need, even libraries with documents in the 10 languages that are in the consortium. And if someone wants to start, we build a toolbox that brings together all the tools and categorize them, because we have tools for teachers, which are different from the tools that a school manager needs, and different tools for societal actors. And everyone can find what they need and don't go to a sea of information and lost themselves. It's a modular one. A school can take it, print it as it is, and just share the information to the relevant societal actors as they think. This is, in my opinion, the most important tools that are in the toolbox. There are also a lot more. Is focused on the school. First is the roadmap. This is the first version. We have a new shorter version that we're gonna publish in some weeks. You can start with that. It's a useful tool for the teacher to implement the SAL methodology inside the classroom, giving them at the same time space to adapt it regarding to their needs. The other one is that is the material for engaging stakeholders to participate in the project, because schools face difficulties on how to approach stakeholders, how to talk to them, how to present themselves, and things like that. And then the methodology, the core of the, if you want to make a deep dive in the methodology, you can read this. I can show you one case study which is really interesting. It's for the next session. I will say just a few things. It was a Greek school from Makrigialos that started implementing the methodology before 2 years. And they managed to produce a comic book and to publish it. And in Greece, there is a really big newspaper that make an article about them. It was one of our great success. Maybe research findings. Here you can see the type of societal actors that we managed to involve. Of course, most of them are families, and but we have a lot of different types that want to contribute. That was something that impressed us. And that's all for me for the moment. You can visit the site if you want to learn more, and also visit the platform through the site, or use the toolbox from the poster outside. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vasilis. And before to open the floor for questions, I would like to invite Esther Salomon, the director of Parents International, who was involved in the Fericlos project, who is part of the network. It ended recently, but still it would be nice to hear about some results and precious resources.
Thank you very much. You will have to watch me because I don't have slides. You more or less killed my joke, because I wanted to say that we are the retired member of the Open Schooling Together family, because we have finished the project last September. And well, all of you are involved in the European project, so you know how important it is. The last payment has already arrived. So the report was adopted by the agency. Fericlos was a little bit different from the other OS Together projects, because it was focusing on a specific group of actors in the open schooling sphere, children's universities. They take different forms and shapes in different countries, but usually they are part of the third mission of universities. First being research, second teaching, or the other way around, and the third mission is programs for students who are not university students, but children, different courses for elderly people, retraining, and things like that. And there is a very strong network of children's universities. It's called the European Children's Universities Network, but they also have members from outside of Europe. So in the FAIRCLOS project, most of the members of the consortium were children's universities. I will probably leave out a few, but we were covering Europe quite well. We had children's universities from Italy. For the coordinator was the Children's University of Vienna, Austria. We had Finland, we had Denmark, we had Poland, and from outside of Europe we also had Colombia. So we were also one of those projects that had external partners. What we did in FAIRCLOS was, again, due to this nature, was a little bit different from the other projects. First, 6 of the children's universities who were involved established their local educational clusters, which were open schooling collaborations on different topics, taking very different forms. The 6 local education clusters were totally different from each other, reflecting on local realities, both in topic and organization. Basically to build a model to show that even if a children's university or another science actor that is generally acknowledged as knowledgeable is somewhere in the center, open schooling projects can be very different from each other. And we did come up with a model for these local educational clusters. As with all open schooling programs, schools were the key actors, but the assumption was that if an open schooling program is initiated by a children's university, due to the established scientific status, it probably will be better or more easily accepted by authorities when there might be some suspicion around the educational experience or in general the experience if the initiative comes from an NGO or a library or a museum. What was also different in FAIRCLOS was that we also had a substantial amount of funding for funding projects. So we had 10 so-called transnational education mentoring partnerships, which actually extended the number of partners to well over 50. And these transnational partnerships were very colorful. They were using the ideas. Some of them did contain children's universities. Some of them did not, but they were working with the idea of a knowledgeable non-school partner taking the initiative and working together with the others. And in most cases, it is a sustained mentoring partnership, so they are still working together. These were the 2 main legs of the project, and as compared to the other OS Together partners, we had this kind of uniform partnership with the children's universities, and we had 3 other organizations representing 3 of the 4 key stakeholders. We had the European School Heads Association, and school heads are only represented in the Road Steamer project among the OS family. We had Parents International, which was the only parental representation in the OS Together family, and we also had the Teacher Scientist Network representing the teachers, not from one country, but EU-wide. Unfortunately, we were missing the student representation, but it is due to the nature, it is missing in Europe. There is OBESU, which is the Organizing Bureau of Secondary School Students, but it's limited to secondary schools, and also their scope, the European scope, is limited. We were trying to engage the students, but we couldn't engage them as a partner. But, for example, one of the LECs, the one in Poland, was building on child participation as a topic. So their core topic was child participation. Hopefully it will lead to some kind of student representation internationally. You never know. So these were the core elements that are, as I said, a little bit different from the others. Since in the first round of the OS Together project, nearly everybody came up with challenges regarding parental engagement. We also had one of the OS Together sessions provided by Ferraclos on parental engagement. And I really hope that in a third round, again, we will have the opportunity to have all the stakeholders. I think it's very important to have the school leaders, the teachers, the parents, and if possible, the students represented. For products, it is a finished project, so everything is available on the website. It's ferraclos.eu. Ferraclos is with an PH. It is the name of a Greek shipbuilder. So if you don't remember the name, just try to Google something like this, Greek shipbuilder, ferraclos.eu. And what I wanted to bring, because I've already talked about the model, what I wanted to bring here as something that can be useful for the other projects, especially the baby ones. We have a very detailed analysis of different totally external case studies, where we were trying to find the common elements or the most important features of different successful open schooling programs from all over the world. So on the website, we also have a short description of all of these programs. They were not included, or they had nothing to do with Ferraclos. They were external case studies. And you can download the analysis that can probably help you with developing your own model, because I think that there is no need for reinventing the wheel. And the second thing that you can probably use when you try to implement things locally is that we had an advocacy work package that we were leading. Parents International was leading, and ESHA, European School Heads Association, was co-leading. And we have a set of policy recommendations, which are basically one-sentence policy recommendations, but it also contains, each policy recommendation contains potential action points for European, national, regional, and school level. So if something resonates with you, then you can probably use that. You have 6 or 7 policy recommendations. And we also have a policy advocacy toolkit. I think that if you ask anybody more or less in Ferraclos, they will say that we are most proud of that, because we started putting it together, and then we realized that if we want to have a linear publication, then it will be 300 pages and a lot of repetition. So what we created is an adventure book. There are different topics. Under the topics, you have questions, and you can design your own path reading through the book. But basically, we were trying to give simple and relatively hands-on support for advocating for your cause. If you have a challenge with financing, if you have a challenge with going into the school, if you have a challenge bringing children out of the school for your program, if you have a problem with teachers' knowledge level. So whatever you are, if you are a school teacher, school leader, parent, student representative, or a non-formal education provider, you can still kind of create your own advocacy book if you go through it, and everything is downloadable from the website. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So unfortunately, we won't have time for questions. So I would just suggest you to visit the websites and these projects and access these resources. They are open. And if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to the representatives of these projects, or just to chat with them over coffee. And also, we are having another session right after this one on how to sustain these projects, but most importantly, how to sustain the networks that were created. So not only at project level, but also at local level. So as was mentioned before, like sometimes one of the challenges is really how to go beyond the project like lifetime and sustain these networks. So we will have a discussion about that in a workshop that is coming up right after this session. Thank you, everyone.
like showing us pictures of the melting of the ice caves, and it's, you know, and I'm from the south of, you know, I'm from Greece, from an island which is in the highest zone of desertification, which is not it's not even an issue in the islands. Or, you know, now obviously it is becoming an issue because they have no water. And yet, you know, you know, we were working with tools for students to make small videos, to make small.
Yeah, but then they find these lobby groups.
Yes.
And it's very hard.
Exactly.
It's even not a lobby group. For instance, now we are starting a topic which is something like probiotic resistance. In many households, we know that the family try to say, don't spend enough food. If you have a fever, I give you antibiotics just in case, because I know what happens. You know, and how you are going to face your mother that has taken care of you all your life, and it's the more knowledgeable person regarding you. You know, that's it. So it's true. This is an issue, and this is why it's very delicate. But exactly.
Yeah.
And also, I think it's important this balance because science is not doesn't have all the answers.
No, no.
You know, it's
Science
not
and
always.
roses, not.
So someone has.
Okay, so people are coming in return to this.
People is really fast. This is not the people. Some people will never leave the class like this. Yes. When I see this, it's clearly from the Dusseldorf Meridian up. Yes, you know, it's for sure.
So the problem with this is why I asked you that, because feeling what the students have.
Maybe we should try Margarita PDF. Yeah. Yes, to see. Hello. You are. So nice to meet you. You send the presentation in PDF, and I want to see if it's okay, if it's working.
I have also in PPT if you need that. But,
we can put the PPT on the computer.
Okay. Shall I bring the USB sticker?
If you have a
Yes, I have it with
oh,
me.
okay.
Because I saw the email that they were
This one is working.
Hola. It's working. Okay. Okay.
Probably we will start in 15 minutes. Okay. Hello, my name is Mihai Bizoi. I'm representing Valahia University from Târgoviște, Romania, and with my colleague Laura Monica Gorghiu, we will leading this session, parallel session 6, Open Schooling for Inclusion, Democracy and Equity in STEAM Education. Our first presenter is Mirela Cristina Negreanu, with the presentation with the title STEAM Education, a new challenge for initial and continuous teacher training in Romania. Please, you have the floor.
You have 10 minutes. I try. Thank you, Mihai, thank you, Laura. Yes, I am Mirela Cristina Negreanu from Romania. I'm teacher and I teach in University Polytechnic of Bucharest, big university, representative for Romania. In some time, I am inspector in Ministry of Education. I work in the department who accreditate the programs for teacher training in Romania. My presentation is focused about initial and continuous teacher training in Romania. More exactly, how can sustain the Connect project in our system, how can link the STEAM education with initial and continuous teacher training in the program for initial or continuous as well. STEAM education is, in Romania, a new challenge. It's a new challenge because it's a new subject for all of us and for system in education, Romanian education system. And for the system, for the law system education in Romania, it's a new point to develop the new way in the initial and continuous training teacher program. We have two important way to choose for the educated Romanian when STEAM education is important for us. It's about Educated Romania project. It's a big project who is promoting about our system and our new law for education system. And another way, action plan for education Romania 2019-2030. Educated Romanian project, it's linked with STEAM education about this link is justified with the one problem who identified in the system for Romania. It's about the results of students in the field of science, calls for the initial of strategic national approach to raise the profile of science in education and society, because the results, these results, it's poor. It was poor in Romania of the PISA and TIMSS studies. In this way, Educated Romania project tried to repair this problem. Together, the action plan for education in Romania to achieve integration of STEAM approach in the Romanian educational system. Ministry of Education developed in 2019 an action plan. One of the results is action to update competencies framework and implementation the training programs for educators from STEAM field. Sorry. Another project, big project and important for us in our system, it's Educated Romanian project who have more objective. One of them is stimulating the involvement of pupils and students in the STEAM area, both in the educational process and
in choosing a career. For example, introducing a significant percentage of STEAM-related activities in preschool education programs, and other the activities related to STEAM domain representing at least 40% of the list of activities of the science, mathematics, and technology classes, and are found in the activities during the other school week. It's terms for us in our system. And other objective, important objective, is preparing and supporting teachers for teaching, learning, evaluating, and motivating pupil students in the STEAM area. In this sense, in the initial training of teachers, the development of pedagogical skills necessary for the personalization of learning and investigation-based scientific education will be assured in an integrated and interdisciplinary manner. Continuous training of teachers who teach STEAM subject to specialize in the personalization of learning in investigation-based scientific education. At level, each education unit, teams formed by the teaching staff who teach STEAM will be formed per study level in order to ensure the correlation and collaboration of the teaching staff in the activity of planning activities in the classroom. In the evaluation of the fields for merit grading, the involvement in collaborative activities in the STEAM area will be specifically scored. About continuous education programs for teachers who develop STEAM teaching skills in Romania, the situation is not very, very well. I work in this area on prepare and accrediting teaching training programs. Our offer for teaching training in Romania, it's very rich, but this is graphics about offer in the topic STEAM, STIC, ICT, technology and IC, STEAM, science and emotional intelligence. Total of programs, it's 787. But in period 2017-2023, this is the situation about these topics in our offer accredited programs. You can see that STEAM programs is very, very small offer. The categories, the providers of these programs, teaching profile, the categories, is university, NGOs, and the House of Teacher Training. We have this institution in each area, in each county, in each county of Romania. Thank you, my colleagues. We have 41 this House of Teacher Training in Romania. In other way, Romania developed in this moment on one big project with European funding. It's about professionalization of the teaching career. In this project, we developed a new profile framework of teacher competencies. In this new profile, we have new values and new way to develop the career for a teacher. 3 points we have in way: professional knowledge, professional practice, and professional commitment. This profile has axiological and instrumental value for initial and continuous training, and for the management of the teaching career, and integrate knowledge, skills, and attitudes. This Romanian profile is good linked with the European profiles, UNESCO, which describe the competencies necessary to develop in initial and continuous training for teachers. This is the some direction to develop this profile. It is centered on several areas: planning, learning environment, organizing, teaching, learning evaluation process, learning outcomes, evaluating of one activities, improving learning outcomes, professional development, and innovation and research. Sorry. Another point in this profile, it aims to respond to current and challenge related to communication and relationship in the real and virtual environments, migration, resilience, prevention and reduction of violence and conflict in schools. And it takes into account the entire complexity of didactic professional roles, both physical and digital or mixed environments for teaching and learning, including director, advisor, mentor, author of education resources, digital resources. It values the analysis of teacher needs, values these needs of teachers, the good practices and the practices, good practices at national level and both in European level. This profile, it's based on the big process of consultation ongoing in this time. In June, do you see the number of respondents? It was give us the point of view about this framework. It's 1,700 people. This is a big process and is going in this time. Thank you for your attention.
There are any questions for this presentation? Okay, so.
If not, I will invite now next speaker, Denise Esteves from Portugal. Yes, okay. So she will present us the paper Citizen Science Approaches in Educational Context, sharing, oh my God, sharing experience from an initiative in social sciences. So please, Denise, maximum 10 minutes.
I will try to stick in time. Okay, so good afternoon. I'm very pleased to be here. My name is Denise. I work for the Center for Social Studies at University of Coimbra in Portugal, right in the center region of Portugal. And I'm here speaking on behalf of a working group on citizen science and education of the research center I worked. For the last 2 or 3 years, me and Rita, Claudia, and Joanna, we have been developing a pilot project on citizen science at schools. And before going a little bit further on the project, I would just give some notes about the reason that led us to develop this project. And that was because we realized that social sciences are not represented, or there are very few examples and initiatives of citizen science projects related to social sciences at schools. And we wanted to try to develop the project on social sciences, one that made very clear the collaboration between the university and schools, and also that bring the students' voices to the forefront. So that led us to the project. And perhaps a little bit about the context. We worked with one research center, one secondary school from a deprived neighborhood, with students from all around the world, but mostly from African Portuguese-speaking countries, such as Angola, Mozambique, São Tomé, Cape Verde, and so on. This is a very multicultural school. In some classes, even we worked even with students that couldn't speak neither English nor Portuguese. They came from Nepal, for instance. This school receives also refugee students rescued from human trafficking, and it's also a reference school for high-performance athletes. Related to the classes we worked with students from the 11th and the 12th grade, both from humanities and from sciences and technologies. And we worked also with deaf students and his translators. And we have the close collaboration of teachers with a wide range of academic backgrounds. So, about the project. The project is a citizen social science project, which has the main goal of promoting a critical and interdisciplinary discussion on social sciences subjects from a youth and citizen perspective. The project entailed a collaborative social science research among students, teachers, and the researchers ourselves. With the project, we wanted that students and teachers to be at the forefront in all the various stages of the research process in social sciences. And how did we manage to include the project in the school agenda? So we incorporate this project in the citizenship education subject. And so from February 22 up to May 22, the project took place with one single class of the 11th grade in sessions held twice a month. And results from the first period fed the second phase of the project from January up to May 23. Last week we had the final session of dissemination of the results of this research. I will be talking a little bit further on the dissemination, the sessions of dissemination of results, which are very interesting and important for students. Mainly and in practical terms, we divided classes in groups, each group with more or less 6 people. Students and teachers have chosen one topic to research within the main topic to be covered in that school year by the citizenship discipline. Topics were discussed with teachers along with us, and together, on the first year, we decided to research about prejudice in the Portuguese society. And on the second year, as we worked with 2 different classes from the 11th grade and the 12th grade, in one case we worked about interculturality within the school and environment. Our role as researchers was main to facilitate sessions, to try to help students to find out what is and how to ask a research question using qualitative and quantitative methods from the social sciences to work collaboratively during school hours. How to design the research tools, the surveys, the interviews, photo elicitation. You used also photo elicitation as a method. How to read and analyze results and in social sciences, and finally, how to communicate and disseminate results of their own researches. Also, we have, of course, an active role in the meetings with teachers, the class directors, and also internal meetings that we have, and a lot of desk research and sessions preparation. Let's dig in a little bit on the stages of the projects and in the activities that we have done collaboratively with teachers and students. On the first moment, we instigated the students' researchers to elaborate on the research questions addressing the topics to be developed under the citizenship umbrella, finding out the relevance of certain topics for them own or even for the class. In the classroom, researchers, students and teachers reflected and discussed together on the issues and themes presented, and the main achievement was finding a research question, doing a research question. In that case, what we see is the result of the brainstorming exercise that one group did about the excessive use of plastics and a critique about the excessive consumerism behavior and fast fashion. After drawing and writing down the theme to be studied, they were requested to ask a research question. It took just one or two tries to them to get a proper research question. They were super. On the second phase of these activities, after defining the research question, we had a session on methodologies and methods in social sciences, and each group chose a methodological approach. We tried to adopt different methodologies in each group so that in the final session, each group could share the learning process with other colleagues and the specificities of the methods applied. Together with researchers and teachers, each group started the implementation of different methodological techniques, such as the content analysis of school books. That was a tremendous and very interesting exercise to have an analysis of history books, for instance. I will need to be fast. The third stage of this project was the dissemination of results. And we have divided the dissemination of results into two different parts. One at the school, where students could present the research results they have from their own investigations, from their own research at the school for the school community. And a second moment of dissemination happened at CEJ, at the research center we worked with. Students presented to senior researchers the main conclusions of their own researching process, and also we, researchers, could present the project to our colleagues and the evaluation of the project made by students and by teachers. The feedback that we have from teachers was very, very positive. It's really, we find out that this moment to go to the university, to go, especially in Coimbra, where the university stays on top of the city and this school stays downtown. So it's even symbolically, it was very important. Just to finalize my presentation, as next steps and lessons learned for the future, because we wanted to expand the project. We want to expand the project to other schools and to other school grades. We are planning to include the evaluation process within the research process. So next time we will go to do a focus group with students and a focus group with teachers as part of the research process. It's our intention, as I said before, to expand the project to other schools and to other school grades. And also, another lesson learned was that we must work more directly with teachers. So we are planning to write a manual, some guidelines, write a document along with students and teachers, where we will share the experiences lived so far and the results of this project. The idea is to have these guidelines in their own, for anyone who wants to develop social sciences and citizen science projects in their own disciplines. And to finalize, we are also planning to have training to pre-service and in-service teachers. If you want to know more about this and the work of this group, please write me a message. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Do you hear? Okay. Thank you very much, Denise. If there is any question for Denise, or if not, you can find additional information. But it was very nice that we combine social sciences with the sciences. So it's nice to have Denise here. So in the next day, maybe we can discuss more. Yeah. Okay. So.
I will invite our next presenter, Ms. Margarita Stergoiu from Greece, who has the presentation with the title, The Benefits and Challenges of Mapping for Students and Teachers, Geospatial Technology as a Tool in Open School Education. Please, you have the floor.
Okay.
In the right.
Oh, okay, right. Hello, good afternoon. My name is Margarita. I am a teacher in Greece, in 3 high schools at the moment. And at the same time, I have a PhD in cartography. So I was really happy to join Connect, because I found out that I can connect both knowledge from university and also at the same time at the classroom to do my best. So let's see how geospatial information technologies can help us during our lessons in our schools. Let's see. Sorry. Okay. So geospatial technologies are gaining more and more popularity. Why? Do we know that? Why more and more teachers prefer to use mapping tools inside the classroom? For many reasons we are going to see. Are there any benefits? Any challenges? And what about the future? Let's think about together. Oh, sorry. Okay. Why mapping is very helpful and also at the same time very popular for us? Okay, I'm shorter, sorry. I'm not. Okay. First of all, students can visualize what they are thinking. So they are starting to think differently, spatially. We have different kind of intelligence. So we need to find out who from our students can think spatial. All students can think spatial. Some more, some less. So we need to give the initiative to all of them in order to find out what they can bring from their side. It's a way to retain the information. The retained information is the most important from my side, because it's a way to think and to remember what they have learned inside the classroom, not from a book. Another reason, active learning. Students are very willing to learn and to get involved, to be engaged inside the classroom when we were using Connect, for example, because they want to fix their own map, so they were all together to be engaged inside this procedure. They need to collaborate and to communicate. Why? But we need teams. And by team working, we can fix the best maps. Why? Because we have different kinds of information inside the map, and we can see it in the picture. A map is a picture, if it is digital or not. Another reason, assessing understanding. This is for us as teachers. Do you know that we can use a map in order to find out what kind of knowledge, in which level our students have learned their lesson? They have understand what we have said inside the classroom. It's a way to find out if they have fixed the correct map with all the information that we were needed. So yes, if not, we need to think about to get to be more close to our students in order to make them to bring their own best themselves. So we are going to have students that they are giving their best inside our classroom. Integrating technology, of course. Technology is moving. We need to be digital literated. So why not to use artificial intelligence, geo-artificial intelligence? Think spatially with artificial intelligence. Personalization and flexibility. Of course, each student can fix his own, her own map. Okay, we have different kinds of maps. We have concept maps, mind maps, GIS, different softwares that we can use as a map tool. All of them, they are approaching to learning, incorporating spatial thinking, data analysis, and interactive visualization. Advantages. Most of our advantages, we promote different kinds of, sorry, forgot. We promote different kinds of learning, different interdisciplinary learning, which means we can use different kinds of subjects in order to combine them with the maps. Collaboration, communication, of course. It's good to have a very nice environment, a friendly environment inside the classroom, so all the students can bring the best from themselves. We can boost student involvement, engagement. We can develop technological and digital literate our students. We can solve real-world problems. That's what open schooling is saying. Maps can do them. Implementation to a wide range of types of schools. This is something that I wasn't thinking about before Connect. I was thinking that I can use a kind of software inside the classroom if the students are interested. But I find out from my colleagues that they have implemented my mapping scenario that we can use this to different kinds of schools, even with special education. This is really something that couldn't understand, but it's a reality. Eh? Let's see a case study from a Connect project from a school that they were using the scenario of maps, but also at the same time, the scenario from climate change. So they combine two different kinds of scenarios in one. This is from this school, from Professional School of Lefkada. I have the link below of this. So what they have done, they took data from two different time lapses from 2017 and 2023, and they found out how the coast has been changed. And they fixed the time lapse. Now it's a steady image, but if you get inside this link, you can see like a video time lapse. You can see that how it has been changed. So, what they have find out that climate change is not something global. It's something also that it is outside our house, outside our school. So we need to act. We need to communicate this with our local community and take action. Of course, there are many implementations of the scenarios that were really successful, and I'm really happy that the colleagues has used maps inside their classroom. So, challenges, of course. It's not everything good. We have also challenges inside the classroom, and especially for us as the teachers. What's the problem? The first one is, I think, also the first presentation today that we have heard, that we need continuous to learn. Yes, we're also students. We're not also teachers. We need to learn all the time. So we need professional development and familiarity with the geospatial technologies. Even for me, if I learn a software today, tomorrow there will be a new one. So I need to learn it. Why? Because maybe it would be easy for me to use it inside the classroom. Maybe it will be useful for my students. So I need to be prepared. Second, select appropriate tools. Of course, we have different kinds of students. We have students with different speeds of learning. We have students, they are not eager to learn. They don't want to. So we need to motivate them. So we need to find some tools that they will bring them inside the classroom and also fix some maps or anything that will be interesting to them. Third one, integration with the curriculum. A huge difficulty that we are facing inside the classroom. Because there are some colleagues that are saying, oh, no, you cannot use GIS inside the classroom. There are small kids. They cannot do it. Of course, they can do it. Let's start. Let's find out if they can. OK, number 4, evaluation students map. Why we need this? Why we need to be in good level in order to find out how to evaluate a student map? Because maybe we can make a mistake. And this will affect students. So we need to be the best in order to bring the best from our students. Fifth, resource availability. Of course, you cannot run a software if you don't have data. We need data, and we need open source data to all our schools to have all the access to the data. Let's move on to the challenges for students. Most of my students, I don't know yours, they are not thinking spatial. They are not thinking because they have not learned how to do it. So we need to start over and make them thinking spatially. Why? Because if you don't think spatial, you cannot see the problem that you are facing every day. And you are not taking action. Data interpretation. They cannot combine different kinds of data. So we need to learn them. We need to learn them to collaborate, to make teams, to work together. They don't know how to time manage. Why? Because they are following the curriculum. We need to do something about that. We need to organize the information. We have different kinds of information. They open the Google and they search everything and say, I found everything. No, it's not everything. We need a specific information, and we need to learn them how to organize this information. Some students, they are not tech savvy, of course. But we need to give the right guidance. We need to ask them from their feedback in order to learn what they know, so we can help them accordingly. Technical limitations. Some students of mine, they don't have laptops, they don't have tablets. So they don't have the tools in order to have access in all this. Let school help them. Not to buy them tablets, but to open up the PC classes in order to help them to get inside the technology. Let's find out together. Resistant to change. Many of my students are saying, oh, no, we prefer the chart on the wall to find out where is the sea, where is the river, where is... No. Let's find another way. Let's play a game, huh? Notes. These notes was inside my head when I was receiving the feedback from all my colleagues that were implementing the map scenario in Connect. So what I have found out, but also from myself, from inside the classroom, when you motivate your students to get involved inside the community, what do you succeed? You succeed inside to put the students inside the local community and share responsibility. Now it is their responsibility to act. So they are involved in the whole procedure. Open schooling has a lot of dimensions. Of course, we have seen inside open schooling, and you know them better than me. But we need open access, equality, governance, and students can have access on this. We can have good cooperation with the science and also with the local authorities. Families are also involved. And even the families that they don't want to go to school with the students, they don't care, but now they are involved. And we resolve real-world problems. So let's see the importance. Preparing students for a digital future, tick, of course. Real-world relevance, of course. Spatial thinking and problem resolving, yes. Interdisciplinary learning, sorry. Data literacy and analytical skills, all of them. Think what we can do for our future inside the classroom. Continuous learning for us, from our side, balancing technology with other teaching approaches, ensuring equal access to technology for all our students, differentiated instructions according to the needs of each student, feedback from our students. Of course, we are not gods. We need to learn from them, access to resources and professional development. Conclusion. Geospatial technologies contribute to the open schooling and vice versa. Teachers have crucial role in this implementation. And what's the most important? We are preparing the future adults, so we need to do our best. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. There are any questions? Just a small comment from my side. If I'm not mistaken, you are part of the group of teachers from Greece who implemented from the piloting phase. So from the beginning, and you are with us today at this moment of celebrating Connect. So we are glad you are here, and we hope that you'll continue to promote the Connect project. Thank you very much.
And inspire other teachers to promote materials and science actions. So I will kindly invite Alice Duroi from Romania to go and present the paper Integrating Connect Connect Science Actions into Biology Lessons in Secondary School Classes. Please, Alice.
My name is Alice Isabela Duroi. I am biology teacher excuse me. Where is... Okay. I am biology teacher at Gymnasial School Mihai Viteazu from Târgoviște, Romania. Problem? What's the problem? No. Okay. This is my school. It's a big school from Târgoviște. 1,000 students, 50 teachers. Excuse me, please, I can read. It is possible. As a biology teacher at the gymnasium, I implemented the scientific action renaturalization and carbon neutral for 3 years in the 5th and 8th grade as an integral part of biology lessons in compliance with the school curriculum. Mihai Viteazu Secondary School in Târgoviște was the first school in Romania that managed to implement a scientific action, the structure scenario of rewilding, 2020-2021. There were 2 teachers in this school who collaborated to carry out activity in the Care Now Do format. Excuse me, Mrs. Mihaela Predoi, teacher for primary education, my colleague, and I, biology teacher for secondary education. Scientific action renaturalization. The activity corresponding to the scientific action renaturalization have been integrated part of the biology lessons in compliance with the curriculum in the 5th grade in lesson belonging to the learning unit, living things from the near and more distant environment, relationship between living things, the importance of living things for nature and human. Activity 1, Rewild Britain, Care. Activity performed with students at school. Introduce rewilding, gives a problem, interpret, make sense of the whole situation, classify, decide what type of problem this is and which key concept is needed to solve it. Activate, bring your organized knowledge of the idea and skills you will need into your working memory. Plan. Work out how you will solve the problem step by step. Solve. Use the idea and skills to work out the answer. Answer. Write an answer with explanation and justification if needed. Your task, students complete a similar problem independently. Activity 2. Wild wolf, lynx, bison. Now, activity performed with the students are similar with the activity 1. Same steps of the activity. These are the pictures taken during activity realized with my children, with my students. Another part of the activity involves a STEAM professional. We invite teachers from University Valahia Târgoviște, the coordinator of the Connect project. They are here. Activity 3, Rewild Campaign Do. At school, discuss with the class which animal they vote for and why. At home, involve family. Family vote for one animal to be rewilded. Some picture, discuss with the class which animal they vote for and why. At school, another picture taken during the activity. At home, involve family with vote for one animal to be wild. They choose between bear, wolf, lynx, and bison. Another scientific action, carbon neutral. The activity corresponding to the scientific action carbon neutral have been integrated part of the biology lesson in compliance with the school curriculum in the 8th grade, in the lesson belonging to the human and environmental health learning unit. Another pictures. Image from the activity, scientific carbon neutral. Benefits to students, learning new investigate skills, learning to solve problems step by step, develop their creativity, responsibility and maturity in decision making, the ability to analyze the consequences of the decision made. They work as a team, try to convince their family that the action proposed by them are the best solution for solving the discussed problem. Excuse me my emoții.
Thank you very much, Alice. So, do you have questions for Alice? No. Maybe in the coffee breaks. Okay. So, for the next presentation, we will invite Diana Gabriela Corfu. Nu văd.
Okay, from Romania, with the presentation Inclusion, Democracy and Equity in STEM.
Hello everyone, my name is Diana Gabriela Corfu. I'm a primary school teacher at Aurel Vlaicu Theoretical High School, and this is my colleague, Mihaela Jagă, a biology teacher. First of all, I want to speak about some theoretical aspects about inclusion, democracy, and equity in STEM, and after that, with my colleague, we will show you some activities which took place at our high school. We all know what STEM education is a curriculum based on the idea of educating young people in the 5 specific disciplines through an interdisciplinary and applied approach. It's an educational model of learning exact sciences in an integrated way with concrete applications and examples from nature and real life. STEM education uses practical and experiential learning to engage students in authentic problem-solving contexts. Thus, they discover and make interdisciplinary connections, develop personal learning skills and strategies, make creative choices. STEM education has some principles: quality and rigor, relevance and authenticity, capacity and availability, inclusion and accessibility. Between traditional education system and STEM education, there are a lot of difference. In traditional education systems, programs are not integrated. Children take in information separately from each subject and do not always manage to make a connection between them. Students often do not understand what some subjects are good for. Sometimes boredom intervenes. It's a lot of individual work. Skills necessary for the 21st century are not developed. Teachers transmit knowledge, but do not integrate it into a broader multidisciplinary context. On the other hand, STEM education emphasizes the development of skills specific to the 21st century. It encourages perseverance, it proposes entrepreneurship in thinking, it encourages teamwork. The teacher acts as a mentor who guides the child towards development, and he also organizes the information he conveys to the students in an easy-to-understand way. Evaluation is based on projects, teamwork, cooperation during evaluation. STEM education has a lot of benefits. It improves creativity, it increases team collaboration, it develops communication skills, it improves critical thinking skills and also cognitive abilities. It increases curiosity. Students learn to have initiatives, and it stimulates social emotional learning. For a quality education, through the STEM educational concept, it is necessary to achieve authentic learning situation, approach inter, trans, and multidisciplinary, to allow the student to build his own learning path, the teacher remaining only a guide to knowledge, to use connections with the real world, to center learning on students' competencies, abilities, and aptitudes. Democracy, equity, and inclusion are 3 closely linked values held by many organizations and also by our high school that are working to be supportive of different groups of individuals, including people of different races, ethnicities, religions, abilities, genders, and sexual orientation. Equity refers to fair treatment for all people so that the norms, practices, and policies in place ensure identity is not predictive of opportunities or workplace outcomes. School inclusion is defined as the acceptance by educational institutions of all children, regardless of their ethnic, social, religious status, nationality, or disability, and is closely linked to the recognition and acceptance of diversity. The involvement of students with special educational needs in the activity of Connect project has led to an increase in their capacity and motivation towards science. A democratic school is one that is based on pragmatic motives for involving individuals in decisions to implement themselves. People perform their texts better if they have accepted them and if they feel that their participation is motivated by self-interest. Like I said, our high school promotes an inclusive, equitable, and democratic environment through its value: loyalty, transdisciplinarity, art, and volunteering. The Connect project provided an opportunity for community members to get involved in students' science education. These activities had a significant impact, demonstrated by the large number of participants, students of all ages, teachers, parents, members of the local community, and specialists in the fields. The actions carried out within this project have led to an increase in everyone's interest, promoting a science for me attitude. And now I want to speak about some activities from Connect project. First of them was rewilding. Love for nature is learned from an early age. Following the students' vote, we made, among other activities, a virtual tour in the Link's natural habitat, which allowed students to observe the flora and fauna of the ecosystem. Based on the observations, the students drew up the scheme of a food chain, the lynx being classified as a part of the trophic category of consumers. Students were challenged to take a problem and solve it. Thus, under the theme Biodegradable Plastic, a solution to light pollution, they carried out research activities. They obtained biodegradable plastic from renewable sources, and they also did investigative work. They wanted to see if there is plastic in chewing gum. All of these have helped increase students' interest in science. Through the debates, the students were encouraged to listen to each other's view and share knowledge. They supported the community through the knowledge gained that was implemented during the campaigns of greening, planting, and selective collection of plastics. All this, together with the leaflets, posters, advertising spots, decoration objects, literary creations made by students, demonstrate their active involvement, highlighting the potential of such actions to promote sciences. During the activity How to Grow a Plant, we arranged with my students of the preparatory class a space with flowers in the schoolyard. The activity gave the children the opportunity to observe the changes a plant goes through from seed to flowering. It also holds them accountable for caring for another life. The activity manufacture of plastic articles requires students' hand muscles and eye-hand coordination, as well as creative thinking. During the activity Food Waste, we visited the fruit and vegetable market with the students. We made the food pyramid, a balanced menu for a day, and prepared a healthy dessert. Our activities has had a lot of impressions, and this is of our mayor, Bogdan Novak, in Braza Journal. In conclusion, many students have greater aptitudes and affinities for the art and humanities or mathematics and science. STEAM education takes an integrated and holistic approach that helps students understand these disciplines as part of a larger whole. STEAM activities stimulate students to discover, with amazement and joy, some of the secrets of nature and the universe. Thank you very much.
There are any questions for Ms. Corfu?
There is no time for question now because we are in a hurry, so there are no 10 minutes. There are only 7 minutes now. Okay, so we will invite Mihaela Jagă from Romania to present us the paper Good Practices that Promote Respect for Nature Among the Young. Please, Mihaela, be very, very short.
Păi da, nu? Să vină colega doamnă până o găsește pe a mea.
So we will switch the presentations because Mihaela is a very often name in Romania. So we will ask another Mihaela, Mihaela Predoi, to present us the last presentation in the program, Integration of Connect Scientific Action in Primary Schools. Please, Mihaela, be very quick.
Okay, hello, my name is Mihaela. I'm from Romania, colleague with Alice Duroi, the same school. So we talk about a lot today about the Connect project, and we know that Connect supports secondary schools to adopt open schooling, integrating science action in the core curriculum, and using participatory science with the community. But can this project, or me as a teacher, a primary teacher, integrate the science action of this project in my classes? Let's see. We have an opportunity in our curriculum. In 2013, our primary curriculum was changed, and there was a discipline, science. She is structured in such a way to allow multiple connection between its components, but also between them and other fields. So science is not just a joining of topics from the fields of physics, biology, chemistry, but it is about their approach in an integrated manner close to the child's life. The activities of the Connect project offer innovative didactic approaches based on the active involvement of students and their families. For my students, I choose to implement a scientific action renaturalization because both the objectives of sustainable development and the competencies targeted by this action fit perfectly into the curriculum for grades 3rd and 4th, because I start to implement this action from the beginning, from the first year of the Connect projects, and from then I have grade 3rd and then 4th, and this year I work with 6-year-old people. We use care now in rewilding, and these activities were integrated in 3rd grade in lessons from study units, characteristic of living things and human influence of the living environment, and in the 4th grade in the study unit, relationships between living things and their living environment. So I do this action not beyond the curriculum, and I find some units in the curriculum to integrate the action. So those are the steps that we follow. We saw some movies, documentaries about wildlife in our country. We learn about, we inform parents about the project and the steps at schools. Also, and also in their families, children voted for their favorite animal. They made posters, flyers for their campaign, and then they tried to convince parents and other children to vote for their animal. The winner in our class was bison. So we do some activities. We work in groups, and you saw some pictures in a church, because we do these activities in COVID pandemia, and the father from our class put allowed to use the church to make our project in a safe place. Here is the common activity with Alice when our partners from Wallachia University comes and talk with the children, and the children present their works and make a lot of questions. I remember that they put a lot of questions, and our colleagues from university answer with passion for them. And we are lucky that near our city is a natural park where bisons were rewilding from 1983. So I go with my children there, and they see the bisons in their environment, and they they prepare from home to ask questions to a person who takes care of bisons in that natural park. You can see them very happy to see a lot of bisons because we arrived there at their lunchtime. What can I do in this year with very little children? I invented in our week, Green Week in Romania, from this year, we have a week that we have a lot of activities that are green. So I create the School of Happy Insects. And we talk about the insects, the role of them in environment, and learn and make homes from them, and we have recycled materials. They work, investigate, learn, observe, and have fun, and even make costumes from recycled materials in favorite insects. So what I saw, the benefits that I saw to my children, they love science, they involve, they think scientifically, they think critical and creative, they investigate skills, they be active, not passive. Thank you. Thank you.
So we go back to Mihaela Jagă, to the presentation with the title Good Practices that Promote Respect for Nature Among the Young.
Okay, hello everyone. My colleague already speak about the activities during the Connect project, and I would like to present you impress to my students about this project. Da, I would like to point the video. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Oproie Eliza Maria, student in 8th grade in Aurel Vlaicu Theoretical High School Brad. My colleagues and I participated in the Connect project. It was a real pleasure to share ideas about how we, young people, can help the community with environmental protection. Both teachers and students were involved in promoting measures to keep the environment clean and healthy. We created interesting materials such as flyers, posters, presentations, even videos, and also practical works that were exhibited in public areas of the town. We also took part in ecological actions in different parts of our town. I felt useful as a citizen of the town I loved.
Hello everyone, my name is Mariniuk Caesar, and I would like to express our deepest gratitude for being given the opportunity to be a part of this remarkable initiative. We stand with immense pride and gratitude as I talk about a project that has touched the lives of many, including myself and my colleagues from the Aurel Vico High School from the city of Brazza. It is my honor to share with you the incredible journey we embarked on through the project Connect, which centers around fostering respect for nature and preserving our ecological environment. Connect became our vehicle for change. It provided us with a platform to unite, collaborate, and work towards a common goal. Through various initiatives and activities, we aim to raise awareness about the importance of respecting nature and its delicate balance. Thank you.
I'm really happy that I took part in the project called Connect because it really made me think about the future and what we could do if we worked together.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We don't have time for other questions or comments. I have only one small announcement. The conclusion session is cancelled, so you are free. It will be tomorrow, yes. But this evening, you are free to go to visit the museum if it's possible. So we will see you tomorrow for the next sessions of the conference. Thank you very much to all.
See you tomorrow morning.